Good morning, Council. We are live.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning. I'll call the meeting to order and ask the clerk to do a roll call, please.
Councillor Shortreed.
Present.
Councillor Dayu.
Here.
Councillor Berry.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Danielson.
Present.
Mayor Moffat.
I'm present. Thank you. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Algonquin Highlands is located on Treaty 20 Mississauga territory and in the traditional territory of the Mississauga and Chippewa Nations. These are collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations, which are Curve Lake, Rama, Hiawatha, Alderville, Scugog Island, Beausoleil, and Georgina Island First Nations. We acknowledge a historical shared presence of Indigenous nations throughout the area and recognize its original Indigenous inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve today's agenda? Deputy Mayor Danielson and Councillor Berry.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Danielson, second by Councillor Berry. Be it resolved February 16th, 2022 special meeting agenda be approved.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Sorry, I just dropped my pen there. Item 5, disclosures of pecuniary interest. Are there any? I certainly have one similar to our previous meeting on the budget item relating to firefighter remuneration. Councillor Dayu.
I will recuse myself from that conversation as well. I have a spouse on the force as well.
Yeah, sorry, I failed to say that my husband is on the fire department. So at that time, we'll swap the deputy mayor in to lead that discussion. I just have a couple of remarks that I jotted down, similarly to what I'd said sort of at budget projects and priorities, that, you know, this is kind of our biggest meeting of the year. And every year we say budget will be a challenge this year. And every year we do a good job of it. So the recently released 2021 census shows us that, or tells us that there's a 10% increase in permanent population in Algonquin Highlands. And in the last census, it was about 6.5. So there's a little bit of an increase there. And we know that more people means more pressure to build and maintain and operate. The competition for grants has not decreased at all, and costs are continuing to increase. I dare say we could say they are skyrocketing, and we don't control those. So they're a complicating factor of the work that we have to do. But I think that the asset management plan combined with our annual projects and priorities exercise in the fall really lays the foundation for our budget work. So we no longer have to spend days and days hammering through every line and every option. So while there are some sections that will probably fly through and don't require a lot of discussion, there are some that require much more, and I'm sure that's where the bulk of our discussion will lie today. As I mentioned to you folks earlier, Liz won't be with us tomorrow if we have day 2 of budget discussions after our council meeting. So I've rearranged the order of the departments to put the biggest ones up front today. I think it's best to have the discussion about the Dorset Recreation Center mold remediation financing under reserves. We'll put them at the same time because it makes sense. Then we'll do general government, then fire, then parks, rec and trails, and public works. And we'll be in really great shape if we get through all of that today. And we'll finish up with building and bylaw and planning, because they are surprisingly, they are smaller. I'm going to hand it over to the CAO as the captain of the administrative ship, but I'd like to thank staff for their hard work on bringing in an excellent first draft. So thank you, Angie, to you and your staff, and I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My words are really around process and how we get here. So as Council knows, the budget is primarily built on 2 guiding documents, which is the strategic vision and our asset management plan. In September of each year, we begin the process of evaluating what has been completed in the current year and what we require in the coming year. To ensure our team captures the direction that Council has given following projects and priorities, the process involves many meetings between the CAO and the Treasurer, and just as many meetings between the department heads to analyze the numbers. The result of that is what you have in front of you today. As the budget reflects the strategic priorities of Council, we continue to focus on enhanced and collaborative service delivery options, roads and infrastructure, waste management projects, climate change initiatives, and financial sustainability. This year, Algonquin Highlands is faced with some infrastructure challenges with large expenditures attached. The treasurer has provided some solid financial planning around these items, and I look forward to those discussions. Despite that, I am pleased to be able to present this budget together with the treasurer and department heads to council. I'd also like to thank staff for their continued dedication and commitment to providing the best possible service to the public in the most efficient and effective way. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And we have a long day in front of us, so I think we'll just we'll bring the treasurer in. This is her show today, and get her to start us off with her report on the draft budget. So we'll find Jeannie somewhere. Good morning, Madam Treasurer.
Good morning.
If you would be so kind, thank you for your work on the budget. By the way, I think we've said thanks down the line, but now that your face is on the screen, thank you for your work on this. And if you would just start us off with your report, leading us into it.
Okay, then. I want to apologize for my calculation error. We are starting at a 2.98 versus 3.13% increase. It is, to me, a better starting point. Obviously, under 3% is a much better place to start. So I'm hoping that once we get through this and review this, that we'll land in a very fiscally responsible position that is in the best interest of all. I didn't know if you wanted me to go through my report in itself, or, sorry, I need a bigger desk too. But I will start with my report. The budget, as I said, represents a 2.98% increase in the levy in comparison to 2021, which at this point is $171,412, sorry, which is a minimal tax increase of only 1%, 1.17. So couple of notable items is that we did receive an additional $24,500 in OMPF funding this year, and we did see a 2% savings in our policing cost as they reduced down $20,000. So as I said in my report, we have 4 major projects that we are looking to fund through this budget, starting with the rec center, Maple Lake Landfill, Hawk Lake Landfill closure, and then the various roads construction projects. And I'm pleased that we were able to provide you with a budget that's funding these within itself, with only as I'm going to suggest, a loan from ourselves for the one project. So I can move into the actual budget document now, if we can go from there.
Yeah, thank you. And we can just, next up for the attachments is the summary by cost center, and we can just have a quick look at that to see if council has any, excuse me, specific questions on that attachment before getting into the sort of meat and potatoes.
Okay.
Anything anybody wants to talk about or ask about under the cost center summary as attached? Deputy Mayor Danielson.
I had a couple of questions with respect to that document, but I think it might be more appropriate to deal with them under each different department when we're discussing, the different cost centers. So I'll hold off and wait till we're looking at each cost center.
Okay. Fair enough. Then we will move into the tax levy impact, and this is different. There was the separate document that the treasurer sent out yesterday. So the majority of the numbers are the same, except for the 3.13, which is the most important one, unfortunately. But it does indicate, a remarkable first draft. And what that says to me is, given the conversation that we are going to have, with at 2.98, there's room. as we like to say in the industry. So where we might need to find money or do a different job of funding certain things, there's certainly a little bit of room in there should we need it. Does anybody have any questions on that? Excuse me, on that particular document? No. Okay. Then reserve activity. So if you want to take us through the reserve activity, Jeannie, and then we'll go into the mold remediation conversation that we're going to have. We'll start with reserves.
Okay. So at the end of 2021, we did increase our reserves significantly, 11%, which brought us to a $9 million start in our reserves, which is a really good start to the year with reserves. We are continuing with our annual contributions to reserves. Basically, year to year, we set several reserves. Transfers to reserves in place, and a couple of them actually we managed to increase because we're facing infrastructure purchases. For instance, in fire, the amounts that we were putting in the past were not going to put us in a good stead for the replacement of another fire truck in 3 years. So we've managed to increase that reserve transfer. So all in all, we're putting 1.4 million back into reserves before we've even done any funding. Now on the transfers out, unless does anybody have any questions on the transfers in, it's by department, you're going to see them, but this is just the summary of everything.
I think one of the things that bears saying is that certainly as council would know, but anybody who may be watching might not, is the reserve. Somebody might say $9 million in reserves, like holy smokes, that's a lot of money. Keep in mind that a lot of things haven't been done. Committees have been shut down. Work hasn't been done. So all those unspent budgets have gone back into reserves. So the reserves are a bit fat partially because of that. So we normally wouldn't have 9 million. We've always run around 5 or 6.5, I think, in reserves, but they're very high right now.
Yes.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions specifically on the reserve activity sheet, or do you want to, because the reserves are affected through the Dorset mold remediation project, you want to just go straight to that one because they're kind of connected? Liz?
Just before we go there, just in a general way, I've got to say that I'm very concerned about the reserve activity. Seeing a 31% decrease in reserves is to me a huge error. And that's only my feeling, because I've always been very protective of our reserves. I'm quite concerned about this amount of money coming out of reserves, even though we're starting with a substantial reserve balance. It does bother me. So just brace yourself, because you'll hear that echoed from me as our discussions continue.
Thank you for that. And I think it's important to point out that you're not the only person who is protective of the reserves. We all are. That's part of our job. And yeah, there's a tremendous amount of money being suggested to come out of reserves, but it's not without cause. It's not willy-nilly. It's not irresponsible financial decision making. So that I think this conversation is going to be the biggest of our day, because we do need to figure out how to fund this substantial project that is of huge benefit and interest to the community. I think that's the question we get asked the most, is it not? Is when is the Dorset Recreation Centre opening? It really is a hub for our community, and folks are really antsy to get back at it. So we do need to find a way to fund this project. And I mean, with that, we can just go straight into the Treasurer's report on that. And yeah, let's roll up our sleeves and get into that conversation to see what we can come up with. So Jeannie, if you want to take us through your the mold remediation project and how it affects the budget and the reserves particularly. Oh, Madam CAO.
If we may bring in Chris and Adam for this discussion as well, please.
Yes, thank you. I forgot to add them in. And thanks to Adam for putting a tie back on and stepping into this role for us. We appreciate his support in that regard, because the operations manager position is interviews next week. So we'll see how we go. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Okay, Jeannie, take us away with the report.
Thank you. So when we spoke at last week, at the last council meeting, it definitely was noted that we need to do something to get the rec center back open. And so I went back and looked at the report that was prepared to council back in September of 2021 and looked at the Cambian report portion and looked at the costs related to the anticipated costs related to the mold remediation. So when I looked at the top numbers for all of those costs, we were looking at a $900,000 project. So my job for you is to find the funding or make a recommendation to council as to how to fund this project. And there's three options. We could levy the full cost. We could take out a loan. Interest rates are low right now, but they are expected to rise with the reopening, or we could fund from reserves. And although I don't disagree, taking 31% of reserves is a hefty take on the reserves, this project itself is not taking the brunt of that money. It's taking a portion of it. It is portioned, but it isn't this project that's taking the whole bunch of the money. What I'm actually managed to figure out and get a funding strategy for is that we are able to reallocate some revenues and reserves for a portion of the money. And then I'm suggesting we borrow from our reserves for the remainder of the money. So $400,000 is what I'm saying is reallocated from revenues and reserves. 2021 shore road allowance revenues came in at 269,000. I'm saying we take 250 of that thousand and put it towards the project. So that's not a payback. That's reallocating revenues that council has the ability to approve as they see fit. The other items the other reserves being affected here is the infrastructure reserve that we put into place last year upon recommendation from the asset plan, that we put 1% of our annual levy into a infrastructure reserve that can be used as we need to. And this is a project where we need to. So between that last year's contribution and this year's contribution, we have $110,000 there to be allocated to this project. It doesn't need to be paid back. We'll just continue to build that reserve going forward. And then 40,000 from the working reserve, which is the reserve that we use for stability and so forth, and to help with a project of this nature. So that's $400,000 right off the top that we're not having to pay back, that we're not loaning, that we're using of our reserves that we put in place, revenues that we have in front of us towards the project. The remaining 500,000 is where I'm suggesting we borrow from reserves to be paid back with interest to the municipality. At the outset, I've set a 10-year term, only because the borrowing cost will become part of the budget, the levy. So that is the easier, it is the lesser of two evils. So if we drop that number, that borrowing cost is going to increase. So right now, I am suggesting we take 100,000 from the administration office. And the rationale behind that is we've just done the addition downstairs and added office spaces this past year. So we should hopefully be able to manage a few years within this office without adding more space or more expense at this point. Under our special projects administration reserve, we set this reserve in place for software and copier purchases, and both have been put in place in the last couple of years, and in part due to the use of modernization funds. So these funds that we've set aside are here and available to be used. The next one is the Airport Development Reserve. And again, I remind staff or council that it's only a loan, so it is going to be paid back. We're recommending use of the airport development monies because we are still working towards the development, but it's going to take more than a year or two. So we'll have time to hopefully replenish that money before we, get completely into the project. And the last one, I had suggested the Septic Reserve, but have since realized that that reserve was set up using building funds by transferring a surplus before I came with Algonquin Highlands. So because of that, it's an obligatory reserve now considered, and those funds are limited to their use. So that final 30,000 of the 500 I'm recommending come from the Dorset Rec Center reserve. It is a Dorset Rec Center project, and this will get the center open, and we're not depleting the reserve completely. So there will be monies for other items as we go forward.
Okay, so we'll just go straight to, let's get talking. Councillor Dayu.
Thank you. Jeannie, would you kindly explain the difference between an internal loan paid back with interest and just priority replenishment of a reserve that we've drawn from in order to meet a more urgent need? What's the rationale behind the loan plus interest?
Well, the loan plus interest is because we have reserves. The reserves are there to fund. However, we've earmarked these reserves. So we don't want to just pull the reserves, take it away and not replenish it because they are earmarked for other projects going forward. So the loan pays us back. We're using our money to work for us because right now the money is sitting in a bank that's not making a lot of interest. So it's not making money for us in leaps and bounds. I'm suggesting we use these funds, we replenish these funds, and we pay ourselves back the interest because we are anticipating interest rates to increase, but we don't know where they're going to land. So I'm suggesting a reasonable interest.
Councillor Dayu.
Great. So basically it's formalizing the commitment to replenish that reserve and making up the difference lost in the meanwhile. That's great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I think the reserves that were chosen are ones that are they're not very active. And keeping in mind that we do save, we put reserves away for a rainy day, and it appears to be raining. But the ongoing challenge, as to Deputy Mayor Danielson's thought, is the replenishment. So we need to make sure that yes, we save for a rainy day and it's raining, but we need to make sure that we keep that flow going so that that those reserves keep standing us in good stead for the future. Madam CAO.
Just to add to what Jeannie said, just to clarify, is I believe we're only making about 0.5% on our money right now in the bank. So Jeannie's proposing to pay ourselves 1%. So we will actually gain on that. And if we borrowed from the bank, we'd actually pay more than that in interest. So just to add to that.
Mm-hmm. Deputy Liz.
Just a question about in the interest that we're making. We are investing. I'm just double checking that we're investing in AMO's. I can't remember what the program is called. One Investment, or do we participate in that? Or
we aren't currently.
We're not.
We aren't currently. We had a GIC last year, and I brought a report to council, and it was the bank. Our representative recommended that we didn't reinvest because of the interest rates being so low. It wasn't making any difference to the bank. So it is something that we can go forward with and look into other investment opportunities. But I would suggest we wait until the interest rates regain, because at this point, the investment interest rates aren't any better than your banks.
Okay, just double checking that. So a couple of comments about what you're proposing. I voiced my concern about the amount of money coming out of reserves, and I still would like to deal with that. One of my main concerns is the 10-year time frame to pay it back. That to me is a long time. We're definitely in a 10-year period. We're looking at several councils and an ability to change directions on this. And I think that it's a bit, for me, it's a bit too risky to look at a 10-year repayment program. I'd like to see something, I'd like to maybe see something like 5 years. I could deal with that. I'm very, very, very concerned about the money coming out of airport development. We seem to be continuing to chip away at that fund. And as you're aware, I see that as one of our major opportunities for economic development on the long term. And I acknowledge it's long term, but I'm concerned about that amount of money coming out of airport development. I'm not happy with that. And another question that I would have, and I was going to ask this in a different part of our budget discussions, but with respect to software, there's a lot of software being acquired this year, and for really good stuff. I mean, I'm not questioning the need to do that and the benefit to us overall. But we recently heard concerns about the ability to insure software and in cybersecurity insurance. And I want to make absolutely sure that when we're buying software programs, that they do in fact meet the requirements that the insurance companies are setting out for cyber insurance.
Mike March is involved in all, I asked the question of same question, and Mike March is involved in all software purchases. So anything that's being suggested would be supported in that regard.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. And sorry, I was going to go back to something you said in the very beginning of your comments, but it's gone like a little bird. Madam CAO had your hand up.
I was just going to say exactly what you said, is that Mike, we don't do any software purchases without Mike March.
Oh, I know what, sorry, I know what it was. It was in relation to the 5 years. Yes, when I had asked Jeannie to put this together for us, knowing that, yeah, 10 years is definitely a long time. That's why the 5-year option is in the document that was provided. So I think what we should do is let's stick with unless you think it's a parallel conversation, stick with the Dorset Rec Center mold funding project, because it is half funded through a reallocation, as noted in the document, and then the impact on the reserves is less, and then the reserves are still greatly affected. So thoughts on Jeannie? You seem to want to say something because you're the treasurer.
I just wanted to note that the 10-year, like we can, as you said, we can revisit the 10-year by all means. But one of the items and one of the things that I did kind of point out or mention to council too, is that council has the ability to reallocate unbudgeted revenues at year end every year. So if our planning applications and so forth continue the way that they're looking this year, we will have those funds plus supplemental revenues and so forth that would be also able to be used to pay down those loans. And priority could be given to pay back 100% every year to the airport development over the other two until the airport development is paid off. We can reallocate that within our own, with our own decisions. So that 300,000 coming from airport, it's quite possible most of that could be paid back, within a year type of thing, depending on how the end of the year falls. Just for thought, food for thought.
Yeah, and that's a good point. And I think we've talked before in previous years and in projects and priorities that we do enjoy substantial unbudgeted revenues from shoreline purchases, but they are unbudgeted, but they're going to run out eventually, and it'll be a long time. So we can't rely on that. So then you wonder, is it better to take advantage of while those revenues are still coming in, to rely on them now and then rely on them to refill those reserve pots while that shoreline activity is still quite robust, because eventually it won't be. And you can't rely on them forever as the big surprise, the big happy surprise at the end of the year, because they won't always be there. I did see a hand. Lisa Berry.
Yeah, just a question. In special projects, there is $120,000 reserve for Dorset Rec Center. And we're putting money into that this year. And I just wonder what is that exactly earmarked for? I can't remember. And I just wonder if that is a revenue stream as well that could be considered for that. I know this isn't really a special project, but it is a project.
I believe that Dorset, the special projects one was for building rehabilitation and so forth. And we are suggesting now to take 30,000 of that 130,000 because of the septic reserve change. So we will be taking 30,000 based on council's decisions today. We will be taking from that reserve as well. I just didn't want to deplete that reserve in its entirety because we don't know, like once they get into the building and things start, there could be other expenses we are not and haven't anticipated. I hope not, but I don't want, because that one is recognized as the Dorset Rec Reserve.
Yeah, and Jeannie reminded me in our conversation the other day that we could get in there. The $900,000 project estimate, as she mentioned in her intro, is the worst case scenario from Cambium based on council's direction for which way it wanted to go to resolve this issue. It could be less, but as Jeannie just said, it could be more. And so and again, until that work is started, if it's less, that's good news. If it's more, it's not. We would be back to reserves, which circles again. This is why this is so intertwined. Circles back to Liz's initial remarks that, yeah, the reserves, there's a big ding to the reserves. And, we have to fix a thing that needs fixing. There's a pretty decent suggestion on how to fund it, but that doesn't address the rest of the reserves. If there's 30,000 coming out of that, I guess what Lisa's question is, could more come out of that? Which then takes us right back to Liz's concern about depleting the reserves. So taking more out of the special projects takes that 31% reserve depletion and would increase it. So while we might appear to fix one thing, we're making another thing worse. So what does council want to do about the Dorset Rec mold project with the funding recommendation that the treasurer has made, reallocating some revenues and reserves and then borrowing from our own reserves? What are council's thoughts on that? Let's focus on that particular conversation. Councillor Dayu?
I'm very happy with it. I can see the amount of thinking and effort that has gone into this. And every question we've asked, Jeannie and Angie, they can explain why they're thinking about this in particular and what the implications are and how we're going to recoup. So I, from a technical perspective, certainly have nothing further to add to the good work that's already been done. And I think what this conversation is reminding me of is that we do have this flexibility built into the system wherein, say, next year we come up with a great airport development plan and it requires a quick injection of funds. We'll have this conversation again so that those funds can be found for that project or for whatever other thing. I think there's been a concerted and deliberate attempt to not be wasteful, to not make rapid decisions, and that for me is absolutely sufficient. I think this is great. And if needs change next year, we'll have the same conversation again, and we'll figure out how to meet those needs next year. But the intention is certain that we're trying to do our best here, and this is a great shot.
Yeah, and just looking at the notes I'd scribbled on my page too, that I think has been mentioned earlier is by borrowing from ourselves in this manner, depending on how the project goes, you can pay yourself back as you see fit. Whereas if you borrow, you're locked into the the term and timeline from a banking institution. And additionally to that, the council already directed borrowing for the public works garage in the south, which needs an operations manager to oversee. So that's kind of on a little bit of a hiatus at the moment. But that direction had been given, and I think there's some prep work that will be undertaken this year on that site. So if we were to, which I'm not hearing, but if we were to think of borrowing that money, we've already committed to borrowing for another project, and we don't have any debt. We don't have any debentures left to pay. The fire truck's paid off. So we don't have any debt. So taking on debt for a public works garage is fine. And the other question that has been asked is, how would borrowing from ourselves in this regard, and will it have any effect on grant opportunities? And my thought on that was, debt is debt, but I don't know that in terms of the provincial view of that. We know grant opportunities. We've heard in the past that if they see that you have no debt and they see that you have low tax rates, then they think you have lots of capacity to tax your way out of that, or tax your way into that need. Okay, so I've heard from Councillor Dayu on the Dorset project. Councillor Shortreed.
I really like the flexibility of this plan. I think a lot of time and effort's been put into it. The only other question I have is, do we have any idea when we'll hear for the Trillium grant?
I think that we have the HVAC grant, but that second grant was denied.
The big Trillium grant was denied?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we learned that, Chris, in the fall.
Yeah, about a month ago.
Not quite the fall then. So that one didn't go ahead. I think so. You're okay with this borrowing from ourselves? You just said you like the flexibility, so you're good with that.
Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine
for this project. Liz, go ahead.
In the concerns that I raised, I in no way wanted to suggest that there hasn't been a lot of thought put into this. I know it. It's really hard to fund a project that just kind of hits us, like a ton of bricks. I can accept and think that it's fine to go ahead with borrowing from ourselves. I'm still very concerned about the timing. I know that we're flexible and that we can change things down the road. I'm not ready to accept a 10-year term on the repayment schedule. And I'm wondering, I'm just sort of thinking about reserves, and normally my thought process is we put reserves in place to some extent in some cases for capital projects. And this is a big project, but it's not what we would normally see as a capital project. I still think that we should be putting part of the levy into this, other than reserve funds or funds that we've got on hold to pay for it. That's just me.
I think that's council's decision. So I'm looking for support for the idea, and then I was going to ask council whether they like the 10-year or the 5-year.
Okay.
And I think Jeannie's going to address your question about the levy. That's where the room is.
Yeah, the room is in the levy. We do have, as I said, we're looking at a 3% increase. So there's no rule that says you can't increase the levy. But having said that, there is a levy portion of this loan because the cost of borrowing is a levied portion within the DRC. That $55,000 that we're paying back annually which is incorporated in the budget, is the levy portion. That's over and above the 900,000. That's the cost to borrow that we're paying ourselves back with. So we do have 55,000 in the levy in relation to the project at this point, based on the 10-year.
And so if you want to cut it in half and do 5, then you have to add an extra point.
So you
And
double it.
that makes your second, and you got to remember, we say this every year, we need to be mindful of the fact that, a 1% increase in the levy is not millions of dollars. It's not even 60 grand. Like, it's just not a lot of money. So that's where the room is. So if we cut the term in half to 5, then you need to double the money, which would be an extra point on the levy. And that would be, so it's in the levy. And we have airport development. The reason why the airport development has the amount that it gets every year into reserves, and there are other issues over the years, when you levy the money and then the project is finished, that money's still in the levy, and then you don't need it for that project anymore. It remains in the levy, and it gets reallocated, and that's how we keep our reserves going over the years, is by those levied funds that burn themselves out when the project or the need is complete, but it remains in the levy for us to decide how to reallocate for ongoing needs in the community. So it would, Liz, it absolutely would be on the levy.
Mhm.
So for the public works, for the Dorset project, we're okay with the borrowing from ourselves to reach the $900,000. I'm seeing nods. I haven't heard from Ms. Barry at all.
No, I support it. I appreciate the in-depth description of where all the money is coming out, how it is paid back. I spoke with the treasurer yesterday for a good hour, and we did discuss a little bit of this. And yes, interest rates are down right now, but when we do have the money sitting here, I do think it makes sense at this point. Maybe not for every decision going forward, but I think where we're sitting, I think it is a good decision. I support it.
Okay, so that takes care of the Dorset Rec project funding strategy. So Jeannie, you're okay with that?
Yes.
We still have to talk about reserves in general. Liz or Deputy Mayor Danielson?
But that doesn't deal with the time frame. I mean,
well, I'm assuming 5 years, because I guess I should go out. I shouldn't assume anything. What does council want to do for the 10 versus the 5 years, knowing that the 5 years cuts the repayment time in half, but adds a point to taxation? Councillor Barry.
Just clarification, as far as repayment goes, are we talking about a repayment back to all of the reserves, or just airport development? Like we're taking 400 from Shore Road allowance, we're taking 100 from admin, and 300 from airport development? I'm just not quite sure how that works out.
Jeannie, go ahead. I see your hand there.
So the 400,000, it doesn't have to be repaid. Those are our reallocations. It's the 500,000 that we're repaying. And right now the cost at 10 years is 55,000. And that portion is part of the levy, and that will be a portion back to those reserves at year end, based either by percentage of what their part of the 500 is. 60%, for instance, being coming from airport development, or if council so wishes, that full 55,000 at 10 years all goes back to airport development until it's replenished, and then we replenish the others going forward. At the 5-year loan mark, that 55 is basically doubled. So you're looking at paying back $110,000 a year, and that would go back to the reserves accordingly, those 4 reserves that are affected.
Yeah, so it can be, council can choose to replenish those reserves with that, if it's 5 years, with that $100 and some thousand. As Jeannie mentioned earlier, council could say, if it wanted that replenishment to go not necessarily at the same percent that those reserves are being used. So on your sheet, it has 20, 14, 60, and 6. Council could say, to Jeannie's point, and to Liz's, that we've got something big happening and we want 100% of that to go into airport development to replenish that, because we got to pay for another thing that's happening there. So it's being able to strategically move your money where the need is. We have a council supported the updating of the airport development plan. So I don't think we're doing anything at the airport just yet till we get an updated plan, and that gives us time. That could give us time to replenish that. I'm going to go to Deputy Mayor Liz and then back up to Councillor Dayu.
So two things. One, I will definitely support a 5-year repayment. I'm just not comfortable with the 10-year. I think that it's for me, it's a safer bet. Just to your comment about the plan, we did agree that we would be doing a study or reviewing a plan for the airport, and I don't see that that's included in the budget.
No, as you and I talked about yesterday afternoon, that's been picked up. And so we'll talk about that when we get to airport.
Okay. So 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, right from the start, 10 years seemed a bit scary to me. I would rather, I also prefer the 5-year. I do think it's a more responsible decision for this and all the things we know we're facing in the future. Councillor Dayu.
I'm also very happy to support the 5-year. I think of all first draft budgets that we've seen this term, if we're going to nudge our way upwards a little bit for interest repayments, we might as well do it now. Next year, if we've got a much larger levy, it's going to be harder to make that adjustment should, for example, we come up with a silver bullet idea for the airport or whatever the next need might be. So I'm very happy to support the 5-year. And just to reiterate what Mayor Moffat said, I think this time next year, if we've got that renewed study, or at least a first draft of that study finished, then at least we'll have a sense of how urgent the requirement will be for replenishing the plan. So that would be, replenishing airport development fund. So that will help our decision making for next year.
Yeah, I would agree. Councillors Shortreed and Barry. Councillor Shortreed.
I think the 5-year plan makes more sense. At least then going forward, we can make changes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and remember, that's the beauty of borrowing internally is if something else happens and it goes awry, you can reconfigure. Whereas if you're stuck in with a third party, you're stuck for the time frame. Councillor Barry.
No, I support the 5-year. I think it's something a little bit more manageable that we're going to be, that much more attention put on repaying it quickly. And let's hope that the project comes in under budget and we can start some of that this year.
You mean with the rec center? Yeah, like, as we all know, folks are champing at the bit, to get back to community and things. Madam Treasurer.
I was just going to note to council too that Chris mentioned it's quite possible that this will be a this may take longer than anticipated. So this project may not be completed in this year. So the full expense and everything and the project timeline may not all work out in this year exactly as we've suggested. We hope, that just have to be realistic.
Well, and those are those kinds of things we simply can't control. We can't predict them, and they will end up being what they be based on working with outside services. And I don't want to be cavalier and say that's the flyer we have to take, but essentially it is. When you look at the Stanhope Library, it's been how long? And because of delays in acquiring equipment and COVID and all kinds of things. So I think we acknowledge that. Okay, so Jeannie, you're hearing the 5-year for the recommendation that you've made. Thank you for all your work on that. And if we can turn, is there anything else on that you need to know from us?
No, I've already added it in.
Excellent. And so if we go back to the reserve summary, the reserve activity itself, we could probably have a conversation on that. And I think I saw a hand. Councillor Barry.
Sorry, just to clarify, the repayment is on what portion is it? Is the repayment on all of it or on a percent or
We're only repaying back the 500,000 that we're borrowing from those reserves.
okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else on that? So I think we didn't ask Adam or Chris. Well, Chris spoke a little bit, but thank you for your faces on the screen in case there were any questions in regards to that, the Dorset Rec Center.
Thank you.
And we'll go back to reserve. So Liz, do you have any specifics that you want to talk about, or you what I like, do you have any ideas, or do you just want to sort of talk about the whole philosophy of reserves, or what's oh my God, where'd you go?
I think that for the most part, we've talked about the concerns that I've got. I mean, I continue to voice an overall concern about, caution when it comes to using reserves in any sort of unusual fashion. It's a big chunk out of reserves, and I know that we're facing extraordinary circumstances, and we've got to do what we've got to do. Having had this discussion about the mold remediation project, I mean, that helps me a lot. Otherwise, I'm good for now.
Okay, yeah, and I think it's important to we all have regard for the reserves, and I think if there were other suggestions for them, they would be brought forward, and I don't know, Jeannie, do you want to talk to us a bit about that, about the reserves? Or, I mean, the activity's there. Council approved the reserve transfers for the year end, and
I do want to mention a couple things. One of the things you'll see under the general operating, when we got the modernization money back in 2019, that money was then transferred to working reserves, and we are in this year's budget utilizing most of those modernization funds. So a big transfer from reserves is actually the modernization funding grant that we received a couple of years back, and they are offering these grants again, but if we haven't used what we already have, we can't reapply. So utilizing these funds in this year for the varying projects that we have in here is to me a good idea, because with us coming out of a COVID pandemic and a recovery situation, we could see more funding opportunities. Another item I'd like to mention is that a big chunk of the money coming out, $1 million, is the landfill, and that is related to the closure of a landfill and the reconfiguration that council approved. So this was a project that was anticipated in the last couple of years, and we raised the revenues in order to fund the project when the time came. So $1 million of the reduction is related to that, and that's a considerable thing to, that's important for council to realize. And Carol, you mentioned about the fact that we usually have about a $6.5 million balance. So I know using it all up in 1 year is scary. I don't disagree. I don't like depleting reserves, but that's the point of reserves. They're there for us to fund projects that are going to help the township. So using these monies makes sense.
well, yeah, and it's like you say, we put them in there on purpose. So it's not as though we have saved reserves for one thing, something else has befallen us, and we went, oh no, what do we do? Pull it from there. Like it's that constant ebb and flow of rainy day. Councillor Bayou.
I think there's also another small piece of this to be remembered, and that is by depleting these sorts of reserves for example, the DRC, the Dorset Recreation Center, we're achieving a couple of different purposes. One is we're resolving an issue that has to be resolved with some urgency, and that's really important. But we're also investing in our climate change commitments. So by improving the thermal envelope of that building, by making sure that it's tighter, that it's better, we're also dedicating some of that reserve money to those climate change commitments. And also, even though the balance sheet might look a little dire now, hopefully our heating costs are going to go down in that building in the future because we've made that investment. So there's a balance sheet change, but there's also the climate change commitment, which I think bears remembering, because we have said that's important for us, and we have put it in our strategic vision. And this is one of the areas where the reserve is helping us to achieve that. So it's not a game changer necessarily, at least in the short term, but I think we should honor and celebrate the fact that we're achieving that as well.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's a good point. And I know, and Lisa, Councillor Barry will remember for all, she's smiling because she knows, for all the years we did the accounts, every time the heating bill came in for the Dorset Rec Center, our heads exploded. So yeah, windows, insulation, and just a better relationship with the environment is a good thing. And I think too, we need to wrap up this conversation if we're okay with it. We keep using the word depleting. We're not depleting the reserves. We're using the reserves for their intended purpose. And yeah, 31% it's a scary dip. But reserves do sort of ebb and flow, and ours traditionally have been and remain in really good position. So certainly acknowledge and respect Deputy Mayor Danielson's comments, because she's absolutely right that 31% it's a scary number, but it still stands us in good stead at the end of the day, and keeps us in line with our traditional level of reserves over many years, including the natural ebbs and flows therein. So Councillor Barry.
Sorry, just before we leave this, what was the number you said that we've traditionally sat at?
It's always been around high fives, low sixes million.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and we mentioned earlier too that because of some incomplete projects, we still have to complete projects that were not done during COVID that helped prop up those reserves to 9 million. So there's still projects that were planned for, supported and funded that still need to get done. So there's a bit of a game of catch up going on as well. Okay, and we can dip back into a reserve conversation as it affects any other section as we move through. Thank you for the conversation. I think it was an important one to have for sure. So next up then is general government. And I'm not sure who's taking us through that. Madam CAO, is that you?
Were we going to change the order that we were going to do this?
We're going to do general government and then fire, parks, public works, building planning. Okay, general government. Who's leading us on that? Liz, are you going to take us through this conversation? Deputy Mayor Danielson, please take us through the budget highlights for general government.
Can somebody tell me what a box joist is? I'm sorry, I should have asked this question in advance, but it's come up a couple times. And what is a box joist?
It's a joist that is in a box. No, I'm not being funny.
I'm sorry, that's what I would have explained too.
Angie, go ahead.
It's the joist, the floor joists that meet the basement, and they are actually formed in a box. It's the only way to explain it, but they don't have insulation in them. So we have a lot of heat loss going out where the basement meets the floor.
Thank you.
All right, sorry, for who is taking us through this? The treasurer or the CAO?
Treasurer.
Go ahead, Jean. Go
I
ahead.
saw the nod. So in the administration tab, we do have varying projects underway. We are going to complete the software implementation here, plus along with other new software, cemetery and asset management. We're hoping to get into place, those funded by the mod funds. And we are also talking about document remediation software and services, and that's in relation to accessibility and so forth. So those all are being funded through our reserves as well as the building upgrades, which is the box joist insulation we just discussed, and some LED lighting, and also shingling the roof, which again is all kind of climate and energy efficiency and so forth. So it's a combined effort for the upgrades to the building. We've taken into account increases that we've anticipated or for insurance right across the board, not just in admin. One thing you'll see is a big difference in our software support and licensing. And that is because of the new program brought on, the Diamond financial software, the costs related to that, along with the Bang the Table and the iCompass and so forth. All those improvements in software do have support services entwined, as well as the county is overseeing all of this software. And so they have costs related to their portion of the software support. So that's a big increase within that budget line itself. And then the other, we're doing our contribution to reserves as per normal, which is our 30,000 into admin capital, 5,000 into admin legal, and then of course the infrastructure reserve that council began with last year. The 57,000 will be going in to it this year, which is being used accordingly. So all in all, there is an increase that's including wages across the board at the 2% level. And we also have an increase in the hydro costs because we have an annual fee for the EV charging station incorporated in the budget.
So does that, I mean, it's not a heck of a lot of money, but it is an increase. And is that station not supposed to be cost recovery based on user pay?
It is, but because we don't really have any idea what use it's going to get, because
I see. Okay.
we can't really anticipate. So for this year, those revenues will come in. We do have the revenues will come to us, but we really won't know until the uses happen. It'll be a bonus revenue.
Yeah, fair enough, right? It's a difficult one because we don't know. It's not, I'm not sure, and maybe Jen knows, I'm not sure, but I don't know what the marketing strategy is by the Ivy folks. So does the world know they can charge up at our location, and how do they find us? Jen, or Councillor Dayu, can you speak to that?
I can only remind us what we've heard from staff in previous meetings, which is that if you have a FEV or fully electric vehicle, then you are hooked up via internet to a whole bunch of resources that tells you where all of the stations are and what speed the stations are at and those sorts of things. So when you're in, and it's more being part of the community that needs the information rather than a mass marketing scheme. Although there is something to be said for letting people know that those stations are starting to emerge in Haliburton so that people feel more comfortable with their next vehicle purchase.
Yeah, fair enough. I saw a hand, Madam CAO, and then Madam Deputy Mayor.
And just to add to that, the Ivy network is very stringent about how we release information around those stations and how we are able to announce. So far, anyway, they have been. So.
Okay. Liz.
Under, well, for general government and under elections, I just note that there is no contribution to reserves. And it's my understanding that we put something into reserves every year, even although it's an election year, so that, you know, cumulatively, the next election that takes place, the money is there. So I'm just kind of wondering about there being no contribution to reserves for elections.
My understanding is the year that the contributions are used, we don't normally contribute because we're already taking from it. So that would be resumed in the following year when we start building towards the next election cost.
Okay, if that's been the practice, okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny, I would never have thought about that. But when you mentioned that, I thought the same thing. I thought it was a 4-year, but maybe obviously it's not. So
Yeah, I thought it was a 4-year contribution as well.
Anyway, I mean, it's we've had the answer there. Other thoughts and questions on general government administration? I think we might be a bit shy on 25,000 for our website, but we'll see how we go.
There is still
Jean?
modernization funds, so I mean that's an estimate.
Yeah, I mean, the idea, the modernization funds, again, not unlike, the shoreline revenues for us, they're a bit of a gift that we can't rely on. We're making the best use we can of them. And council has committed to, we've had to move online during the pandemic. And what we want to have with the website too, in relation to other changes, is sort of that online shopping portal. So you can go on, you can pay your taxes, you can pay your building fee and whatever else might come up. Maybe that's also where you can buy a trail sweatshirt. I don't know. But so yeah, modernization money, if we can use that to prop up some of that, it's definitely providing a better and more efficient service to the public, which is the point of modernization. So that's good that we can rely on that. Other thoughts and questions in this section? Anybody? Okay. Then we'll go on to the next one, which is pretty simple. Tab number 2 is council. I don't think there's a lot to talk about there. Does anybody have anything to say on that? Councillor Barry. My spider friend is back.
I didn't have this question when I talked to Jeannie yesterday, but it did come to me in the middle of the night. Did we discuss at when we reviewed the wages that we would consider some sort of technology for the next council? Did we talk about that? Can someone bring that back to me? Follow that thread?
I can follow that truck there, and I can't tell you who or when, but there was, it might have been when we did the excuse me, the pay equity review, and we asked for council remuneration to be included, and discovered that we were sort of in the middle, in the right place. Part of that was excuse me, was that where some municipalities, it's the way people are paid or what benefits are considered, and some municipalities provide tablets or phones to their entire council. But I don't recall where we landed on that. I thought we had said that we were going to leave it as is. Councillor Dayu?
Yeah, we did.
The last thought or memory I have from that meeting was that we had landed on having a small supplement available of money to be used by council in case they needed to improve or update their personal equipment, rather than getting everyone an iPhone. This would just help to supplement their own personal equipment, given that it is used so frequently for council. But I don't recall, maybe that wasn't a resolution.
Yeah, that's ringing a bell. Madam CAO?
I do recall the discussion around the supplement. I don't know if it was to supplement. I can't recall if it was supplementing internet service or equipment. But there was a discussion around not buying equipment because everyone has a different preference. I know council prefers Apple, and the county provides PCs and usually Dell equipment. So I do recall that, but there is nothing in the budget for a supplement that I'm aware of, Jeannie, for council. So that would need to be.
I wasn't aware of the conversation, so.
Yeah, and so, Councillor Dayu.
Just that because it is our final year of this term, that would actually be reasonable, I would think. If we can just see through with the equipment that we've got, then rather than investing in the final year for equipment to be used for council, and then next year, who knows who's going to be sitting on council, and that would be the right opportunity, I think, to invest in that.
Deputy Mayor Liz.
Yeah, the only problem with that is that new council are often reluctant to give themselves anything. They're just kind of getting it into the swing of things, and there's always that appearance when you provide yourself with something that you're self-serving, which is not the case. I mean, we're all using all of our own equipment. I do like the idea of some form of supplement. I don't know about upgrading equipment, but something that assists with those costs. Although it isn't a percentage of our income. Oh no, not anymore.
They took it away. We had one third tax free to accommodate the fact that we work from home and have to buy our own printer paper and cartridges at $80 a piece. They
I
took that
could
away.
see some allocation to something like, assisting, with a stipend, a specific amount stipend for, say, internet service or something like that. But actually buying equipment, I think we agreed that we weren't necessarily supportive of doing that.
So I do see your hand there, Councillor Dayu. I just created a parking lot. So the fact that we've just started this conversation, like it's unfair to staff. So we've all said, we remember something, we've all collectively lost track of it. That's fair. What it would look like, I don't know. I think we need to give the treasurer and the CAO a chance to sort of talk about what that might look like. And then we can circle back to say, this is a pretty tight budget with a lot of capital costs attached to it. Do we have room for it? That's up to them to decide. And so maybe we can just put it in the parking lot. I'm not hearing a great hue and cry against it because we did have the conversation and it may be appropriate, or it may not be, to have a little stipend of some sort for that. Councillor Dayu.
I do recall from the news, reading the news about other council decisions in other townships where, I think it was in Peterborough City, that this year or this term's council agreed to increase the pay for next term's council because they don't want to give the appearance that Liz was speaking of it being about the self-serve. So I wonder if there's a mechanism there where we provide for that or instruct for that line to be given into next year's budget for next year's council to decide upon, but it's there for them to discuss and refuse rather than there for them to have to insist on or choose to put in on their own behalf.
I don't know what to do with that, because then if we don't entrench it, if we don't land on an amount and entrench it in a line item and make it a thing, then it's just an idea that gets shelved for next year's budget discussion. Right? So go ahead.
As you say, I think this is probably let's let staff take this away and think about it.
Yeah. Angie?
Is there a thought around how much council might be thinking around this? Is it 200? Is it 1,000? Is it? I'm not sure.
And again, that's what I'm looking. That's what we need to find out. Are you looking at $30 a month to be used against your cell bill and your printer cartridge, or are you looking for $200 a year? I guess almost like this is a terrible comparison, but in public works and other areas, there's a clothing allowance. So is this a technology allowance for members of council? Is that what you're looking for? I see nods. And I'm going to go to the treasurer first because she's the treasurer, and then I'll go back to Jen.
And I just kind of did some math here based on what we're sort of seeing in the industry. We're kind of setting at a $25 allowance monthly for offsetting internet costs and so forth, whether it's your cell phone or your data usage or your internet. So based on that, $25 a month times 12 months times 5 counselors, the cost is $1,500.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a lot of money. It's not a lot of money on either end. Councillor Dayu, and then back to Deputy Liz.
The number that is niggling in my mind that we discussed at that last meeting was $500 per councillor for the term, but I rather like the way that the treasurer has described it. I think that makes more sense.
So instead of trying to quick think it now, we'll put it in the parking lot and we can all sort of ruminate. Liz, go ahead.
I think we got a lot more important issues to resolve to be putting in the parking lot, and that this should be something that should be considered next year.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. But we'll leave it in the parking lot and see what staff can come back with. And if it takes us more than 5 minutes to discuss it, then yeah, because you're right. I mean, even the length of the conversation that we've had now, appears to be, unfortunately, for the amount of money that we're paid and the benefits that don't exist, it appears to be more than it is. Anyway, final thoughts on that, Councillor Dayu? Did you have you didn't have your hand up? Okay. Okay, so we finished with council. Number 3 then is election, which I think is we've talked a bit briefly about that. Other is just delineates the revenue streams that we receive. Looking for hands, I don't see any, so I'm just going to keep moving. And then taxation, that shows that what the increases there are. Lots there. It's all been laid out for us in the other area. Anything else on general government? Okay, so just bear with me while I just make my little notes here so I can know where I'm going next. It is 1:15 the hour. We normally take a break somewhere around here, and we are between departments. Liz, go ahead.
I'm sorry to go back to this, but on the election tab.
Yeah.
Could I ask the treasurer if you just double check that issue of that we don't put anything into reserves on the year of the election? That it's still, for some reason or other, is stuck in my head that we put something into reserves every year, like each of the 4 years. And I'm still not completely comfortable with that.
Yeah, we can double check on that for sure.
Mhm.
Because I thought the same thing. So
yeah,
we'll just we'll double check. Okay, so we'll just do a quick break now. So when we come back, it'll be fire. So we'll come back in our current configuration, and then Councillor Dayu and I will leave the meeting for council's discussion of the remuneration report. And again, we have to talk about it now because Liz is luckily going away on holidays tomorrow, and that doesn't leave enough people to cast a vote. So, and then when the remaining members of council who don't have a conflict decide the outcome of that report, then I will come back in and share the rest of the fire discussion. So, if we want to take a quick break now, it's 20 past 10 minutes. We'll come back at 10:30, just get a coffee, and then we'll move into the fire department. Okay, great. Thanks, everybody. Don't forget to mute.
What is your keyboard problem? What are you doing? So we are live.
Thank you very much. We are reconvened. I missed tab number 6, which is before fire, which is requisition. And this is the request from the Dorset Health Hub. Council did receive this annual request at council a little while ago and deferred to budget. So here we are. So, excuse me, the annual for years, the township has provided $10,000 toward capital. Last year, because of the pandemic, we allowed it to be unencumbered and they could use it as they saw fit. You know, we've had lots of conversations over the many years about the reasons for it being based on capital or infrastructure needs. And so the question is, I don't think there's a debate about the contribution. I guess the question is around the grant. Well, it's not a grant, we don't give donations, but it being unencumbered, again, that's their request. So would look to council to have that conversation about the encumbrance of the donation, which we don't do, the contribution. Councillor Dayu.
Thank you. Yes, in the last few weeks, I've done a little bit of research on health services funding in Ontario, just to give myself a bit of a better context to understand how this mechanism of support for Algonquin Highlands works, how it's different or the same as in other townships. And I circulated recently just a very brief overview of those findings. And the extremely short version of them is that indeed council's concern in previous years that funding certain parts of health services might create a dependency on part of the province who should really hold certain services under their full financial purview. There are other areas of health services which very much fall under what is understood within both the Municipal Act and also in general municipal culture around the province to be part of an appropriate purview of the municipality. And that has to do with all of the things preventative and public health oriented, meeting needs in the community that support our community members from not getting sick in the first place. That has historically fallen within the purview of the townships of Ontario. So my inclination would be to unencumber to the degree at which we say our support should be dedicated towards those more preventative measures. So it's a bit of a compromise on our conversations from previous years.
Okay, thank you for that. I think the sort of social determinants and preventative aspect of what municipalities do, certainly for us in a two-tier system, lives at the county, and that would be seen through funding of the heavy funding to the health unit and social services, and City of Kawartha Lakes is a service manager there, and the introduction of the new community safety and well-being plan. So I feel that those are all covered there. And in saying municipalities, it doesn't necessarily just mean lower tiers. I think it means all governments. And I struggle with, I mean, having spoken to Colin on and off over many years, their capital needs are dwindling because the building's there, the equipment's in, that's there. My personal challenge is that due to privacy regulation, we can't know who they serve. That's fair. That's privacy regulation. And I am reluctant to provide unencumbered funds that help folks in Lake of Bays when they have their own township and their own funding streams. So I'm certainly glad that AMO Senior Advisor agrees with, I mean, that's why we've always done that, is because we know where this stuff lives and we know how it works. And maybe that's just the benefit of being at the county where those sectors tend to live. I struggle. I appreciate the preventative measures, and I really respect the work that the Health Hub does, but we don't provide money to the food bank in Haliburton County. We don't provide pharmacy support programs for anybody else. And while I admire and respect their ability to have put those programs in place, I do not believe it's our role to fund those. And that's where I struggle, but it certainly would open it up to other members of council. Councillor Deputy Mayor Danielson. Excuse me.
What you said. No, and a little bit more too. I definitely agree with what you're saying. I appreciate the work that you've done, Councillor Dayu, which might help put things in a bit better perspective for you. I'm not sure that they have seen the end of the need for capital funds. I think there's always a new equipment that is necessary, improved equipment. There will always be a capital needs. I'm not prepared to agree to unencumbered spending of the money. Should there be a need, a greater need or a special need, I'm more than open to hearing a request for additional money in any specific year, depending on what it's for. But if there came to be a special need, then by all means, I think that that's something we should consider. But unencumbered spending, I can't support. I'm prepared to continue to support a capital infusion, and that can be used in a variety of ways.
Thoughts from other members of council?
If I may ask a question.
Yeah, sure, go ahead. Yeah.
I'm just wondering about the reporting structure that we have. How does that work? Do we just, here's your funding that that you've requested, and that's the end of it? Or do we get invoices and reimburse them? Or do we get a report that specifies how the money's been spent at the end of the year?
And yeah, Jeannie can answer that. I think I remember in the beginning they would give us invoices because they were building, and we would say, oh, you have a furnace. They'd give us the bill and we'd pay the bill for those capital purposes. Jeannie, can you expand on that a little?
I can just agree that that's what it was initially, but last year we gave them the money as a donation, like not a donation, sorry.
Yeah.
But we gave them the money in a different manner, but prior to that it was invoiced.
Yeah, and so, I think, again, circling back and just adding on to what Liz had said, that I, if there was something special that they needed, they could ask, although there'd have to be some sort of limit on that. I mean, if we were going to go, if we were interested, to Jen's point, in the work that she has done and laid out very clearly, the information of, the who does what in the big system. If a municipality such as ours was going to support funding those kinds of programs, there would have to be some sort of business plan or presentation done that would speak to that. But I think that would end. We would end up again, and there have to be a formal agreement. I mean, Lake of Bays, the building lives in Lake of Bays, but it serves both communities. So Lake of Bays has an MOU with them. We never have, because it's not sort of our building and our relationship. Ours has always been sort of passing the contribution across the borderline there. And I would wonder about the ability to provide equity, which we try to do where we can, to other groups and organizations that are also doing good work. We don't give money to the food bank. We don't give money to Search. We don't give money to, those other organizations. So I don't know how in this case we would do that just for this group of people when we don't even know who the group of people are, because we're not allowed to know who they are because of privacy regulations. Councillor Dayu.
If I might just remind council, however, that there are any number of things that we do, that we finance, that we support financially, that are open and available for Lake of Bays residents as well, who are, and I know everyone understands this to be true, they are part of our broader community as well. But certainly our skating rinks, the Dorset Recreation Center, Snowball, all of these things that we support, they're also open and available for Lake of Bays folks. And there are contributions from Lake of Bays to those services, just the way there is a contribution from Lake of Bays to the Health Hub. They also provide $10,000 a year. So I don't necessarily see it being any different from that. I also see, our bigger projects, such as the Airport Development Plan, as being something that supports economic development for a much broader scope of people than just necessarily Algonquin Highlands. Right now, we have a lot of pilots who come into the airport that we finance who don't pay taxes here. And, should we see to fruition the idea of developing these lots and selling them off, who's to say whether it will be all Algonquin Highlands people who benefit from that, or whether folks from Minden Hills are going to benefit, whether folks from Halliburton Village are going to benefit. So the idea of us sponsoring a support to a community that is not only about Algonquin Highlands, I think is something that is consistent across all of our departments.
Thank you for that. Councillor Berry.
I appreciate the request, but I do think that, from my understanding, health typically lives at the upper tier. And I think by us putting money into infrastructure, we're already sort of on the fence of where the roles and responsibilities fit. I think when you talk preventative things, I think like by putting money into our recreation center, There's preventative health benefits to that. And I think, you know, having our trails up and running, there's health benefits to that. So I do think we are putting health benefits for the greater community and beyond in our lower tier municipality. I think that if this request is continued, that maybe the request should come into the upper tier if that's where health lives.
Well, health lives at the province. It's the delineation of what, you know, keeping communities safe. You've got EMS at the county level, but you've got fire at the local level, and so there's a bit of a mix there. I think, yeah, I don't think it would receive any traction at the county level at all. I think it's for us to decide. Going back to Liz.
Yeah, no, just kind of chuckling at the sending it to the county and seeing what would happen there. To Councillor Dayou's comments, excluding the airport, because I do see it as being it's kind of a unique animal. Not all municipalities have airports, and it's kind of a different animal. But you know, in the breakdown of responsibilities for municipalities, we're responsible for recreation. And that there's going to be a crossover. I mean, everybody can use whatever facilities, you know, throughout the county, really, you know, so you know, when I'm looking at it from the perspective of what roles are ours to be responsible for, and I do not see, like, health. I guess maybe because Mayor Moffat and I are at the county level, we see more and more degradation of responsibilities of the province sliding down to municipalities. And this is one area where the county and some of us seem to be kind of holding strong, that's the province's responsibility. And we're assisting health as a municipality through our infusion, whether it's 10,000 or 20,000 or however much it is. I like to keep that delineation clean. I stand with I don't agree with unencumbered funding. I just don't, especially under the present circumstances.
I'm looking for, I see Jen's hand back up, but I'm looking for Councillor Shortreed. It's your neck of the woods to weigh in here. But I'm going to go to Councillor Dayout first.
I guess two thoughts. Number one, on the airport, and I know it's not airport versus health hub here, but I don't see it as a separate animal. I see it as our township's desire to use our tax funding to support the overall needs of our community. Previous councils for years and years and years have focused on the airport as being a big part of that. More recent years, council has been looking at the health hub as being an important contributor to the overall well-being of the community and the taxpayers therein. I don't see it as being a separate beast. Neither of those things necessarily falls under our bailiwick legislatively, but we have determined as a series of councils over the years that these are things that will benefit our community. So I don't see it really as being a separate animal at all. And to the point made that health really does fall under the under the purview of the province, that in fact was the point of me circulating my short statement the other day, or my short summary, just to remind us that is in fact a myth in a way. The province is responsible for health care, which is the responsive part of health. But legislation throughout the years, dating back, long before the establishment of the 2001 Municipal Act, legislation has shown that the municipalities are responsible in part for public health. Now, I do hear you that normally it is an upper tier that takes that on, but that does not exclude the ability of a lower tier municipality who has the ability to act as a natural person to meet the needs of the community to support those endeavors. As you say, the upper tier probably wouldn't be able or taking statement to it being part of what we offer at the lower level to directly support our taxpayers.
Yeah, you went a little bit watery there just toward the end, but I think the overall message that you shared is, again, like we're hearing each other loud and clear on this. I again, I don't know. Again, the airport is, yeah, if there are lots sold there, we wouldn't be paying someone's rent, and that's where I see it as inequitable isn't the right word, but it's the fact that the health hub provides much needed healthcare to an awful lot of people is terrific, and we contribute to that. It's the separate programs that I struggle with, because we don't provide support for a pharmacy support program or food security initiatives anywhere else in the county, and there are other organizations that have those needs. That's where I struggle. I mean, we can debate this till the cows come home, where I think we need to acknowledge that we are divided on this particular issue. We're not divided on the annual contribution to the good work of the hub. But I would wait. So far, I'm hearing, I mean, yes, obviously to the contribution, but not a lot of support for it being unencumbered so far. But I'd like to hear from Councillor Shortreed, because, as I say, it is her neck of the woods.
And I support our original contract with them. I mean, yes, we changed it last year for COVID, but their original request was for the capital, and I think we should stick with that.
Okay, well then that's what we'll stay with. That's the consensus amongst us, and certainly do appreciate the work that you did and provided to us, Councillor Dayu. I'm not hearing support for the unencumbered funds this year. Go ahead.
I respect that's the will of council. A question that I would have for perhaps Jeannie or anyone familiar with how these things work is it possible to, if it's going to be tied to capital, would they be able to keep it in reserve for upcoming capital expenses that might not be, a problem right now, but will be in 2 or 3 years? They've built up a little bit of that reserve for those purposes.
Yeah, they may have some. So again, the province, it's just like hospitals. The province provides the place to do the thing, but the province doesn't provide after the first provision of tools and equipment. That's why auxiliaries exist, because they are responsible then for funding the replacement of beds and 3-point lifts and all those various things. So I'd looking for thoughts from that idea. I don't think if council was if it was going to be held in reserve, I think it would be held in reserve with us, and then they could pick at it as they needed. I would suspect that's what Jeannie would say, but go ahead, Madam Treasurer.
Took the words right out of my mouth. Oh. What I would recommend is that the $10,000 be in the budget as is. If they provide invoices for capital items this year, we would pay it out of that, and the remaining funds would remain in a reserve here that we could, pay from. Because if they have one machine go down that costs more, and in another year, there'll be the added reserves or the remaining reserves from this year there to add to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's an excellent suggestion, Jen, that to continue to help them, same as we do, is save for when you need it for that big thing, because those big things are going to continue to be needed throughout the life of the hub, and this would be a better way or an easier way for us to continue to contribute to ongoing and future capital needs. I'm going to go to Liz and then back to you, Jen.
I don't have any issue with that. If that's what they need to do, I would want to make absolutely sure that reserve was protected, because we appear to be doing some shifting in different reserves and how they can be used. I mean, that's fine. But, if we're going to say, yes, we're allocating 10,000 or however much money it is in a given year to that reserve for their use, that it is absolutely and totally protected for their use. And I also think at some point in time that we need to ensure a little bit better mechanism for reporting on how the funds are used.
Yeah, and I've got something just to say about before we close up this conversation. Councillor Dayu.
Thank you. May I confirm perhaps with the clerk and the treasurer that these are good ideas coming from us. Before we write a resolution to that effect, can we just touch base with the Health Hub to make sure that mechanism works for them? And I'm not referring to a possible renegotiation of these terms. I just want to be sure that we're not locking in something that maybe doesn't work for them.
Yeah, and I think, so we need to separate the fact that there's an annual contribution. Council has determined that it wishes it to stay as capital contributions. The additional piece is that if they don't have $10,000 worth of capital needs, that we'll hold for them. So that's the part to check with them. But on that note, I do see your hand there, Madam Treasurer, is I think we need to have a little bit of a conversation around the idea of, this is a request from the Health Hub Advisory Committee. We have a councillor who has a seat on that committee, and that committee hasn't met. So it's just hard to receive a letter from a committee that hasn't met. But we do have a letter from the chair of the Stanhope Museum, and the Stanhope Museum committee hasn't met. So to Liz's point about better reporting, I think it's time to have a meeting, just a little refresher meeting, and just have a conversation with Colin and Ruth, and just talk about the offer to retain some capital funds in reserve for them should they wish, and just talk about that relationship. I know they made a presentation to Lake of Bays. We didn't ask them to make a presentation. They normally sort of give us the year-end roundup of what's happened at the hub, and we haven't had that, but we could have that going forward if council wished to find out the details. We haven't really had a lot of communication with them in a little while, so we could do that too. Jeannie, I saw your hand.
I just wanted to mention that there is a Health Hub reserve in place, and that was the monies that weren't used were put in there. So there is monies there that has been set aside for them. So I just wanted to reassure the mayor, deputy mayor, that reserves of that nature are ones that we wouldn't effectively necessarily borrow from, because they are specific to that thing. I know development is specific too, but I'm just wanting to confirm there so that you know that there is money there, because I believe in the year that I began, they had only paid out a portion of the capital at that point, and so the remainder was left, was put into that reserve. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's good, and I think it's nice to build it. Nice to build them a little cushion going forward. So our commitment remains fast, but the operationalization of that commitment isn't perhaps what they're looking for, but it still gives them some money to draw on. So we can do all of those things. Does council wish to hear from a year-end roundup from the hub? I mean, it's not really a budget discussion, but we could get them in the next couple of meetings just to come and talk to us. Okay. All right, so we've heard that. That's for that lands. We are moving into fire services. So this is where Councillor Dayu and I will leave you. I'll hand the chair to Deputy Mayor Liz Danielson for the discussion of the fire chief's report on firefighter remuneration. And when you conclude that, then Councillor Dayu and I will come back in, and we'll just pick up on tab 7 of the budget binder.
Before you go, I think Jeannie has her hand up.
She does.
I just wanted to clarify with council on the election reserve. The year of the last election, we did not contribute the year of the election. So when the election happens, we don't contribute, we contribute the following year.
So we build up that reserve over 3 years, not 4. Yeah, okay. All right, so that answers your question,
Thank you,
Liz. Okay, so take it away, Deputy Mayor, and staff will remove Councillor Dayu and I due to our pecuniary interest on this matter.
Morning, Deputy Mayor and Council.
Good morning, Chief French. So for the purposes of this discussion, we're only talking about remuneration. So that's under the fire stations tab. And but before you go into your report, Chief French, I'd just like to thank you and the treasurer for this additional information. It really helps to clarify. It sort of rounds up the discussion that we had at our last meeting and helps to clarify, you know, exactly where we stand financially, depending on which way we go. So over to you, and then we'll have a discussion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This report took a lot of work between myself and the treasurer, along with the support of the CAO. And I think it's a fair report. And with any choice, I know that the firefighters would be more than appreciative of any of the results. So looking at that, I'm going to ask that the treasurer leads this part of it. She's will present the numbers to you. And then if there's any questions from yourself or council, feel free to ask and I'll be able to answer them.
Okay, so Mike provided the report and we worked together on getting financial numbers up for council's consideration here. So I will just start with the call-in pay considerations. What we looked at was the call volume for 2021, which is 319 calls for the entire year for all stations combined. And then for ease of calculation, we just used an average rate of $20 an hour and the average of 4 firefighters responding to the calls to summarize an impact. So you have to realize these are estimated costings because I won't know what the call volume is going to be this year in comparison to last year. So just so council's aware of that. So scenario 1 was the duration of a call of up to 30 minutes. And in looking at 2021's numbers, we responded to a total of 30 calls. So what I've done is provided the calculation, and it's 30 calls times 4 firefighters, which is the number that respond, times the $10 a half hour, which is our current rate as a half hour call in. The cost is $1,200. So council then has to the decision whether to increase to 1 hour or a 2 hour call in. And then I've taken that same kind of calculation, but added in the necessary hours. For 1 hour, it's an extra half hour. For 2 hours, it's an extra hour and a half, and given you an idea of what the costing would be based on those numbers. And then I've done the same sort of thing in scenario 2 and scenario 3, but it's based on the duration of the call. So at a 60-minute call, you're looking at increasing, you're going to pay them for the hour, but if you increase it to 2 hours, you're going to look at an additional cost. And then scenario 3 is up to 90 minutes, which is, again, you would pay for the 90 minutes normally, but if it go up to a 2 hour call in, we're going to see an additional half hour paid at a cost. So that was how we kind of looked at the call in so that council could get an idea. So in summary, if we support going to a minimum of 1 hour call in pay for firefighters, the additional cost is based on this scenario is $1,200. If we go to a 2 hour minimum, the additional cost could be as much as $13,000, almost $14,000. And it's based on 2021's call in. So these are just estimates because we won't know what the 22 calls are until the year goes through. Does anyone have questions on that? I tried to make it as sensible as possible, but it is one of those kind of convoluted conversations.
No, and it really does help to put things in perspective. And I appreciate that it kind of gives us a much better picture. From my perspective, I think that the number of the durations of call-ins and the number of calls is sort of, it's almost a crapshoot. And I'm looking at it from the perspective of fairness to the firefighters. And I'm really pleased to see that we're not anticipating any reduction in rate for probationary firefighters. I see that there's a bit of a bump up, once they become certified, and I think that that's perfect. I have absolutely no issues with what's being recommended for the officers. I think we need to, have a differentiation there between regular firefighters, certified or not, and the officers, because they take on more responsibility. One question I have, and I apologize because I may have asked this before. Do the firefighters get a cost of living increase annually? So these like $20.21 or whatever, what 51 cents would bump up a tiny bit or not?
Angie, I'll let you speak to it.
Historically, at least in the last number of years, I have provided a report to council at budget time around the firefighter remuneration, and it has included a cost of living increase.
Okay, because I think that's fair. I'm trying to look at it as fair as possible. I know that they're a little bit of a different beast than our full-time employees. But that's where the call-in came in, that, if I'm not mistaken, the call-in for Public Works is 3 hours. And I'm not considering in any way that we need to go there, but to make it a little bit fairer, the permanent staff make a good wage, they have benefits, they're getting good call outs. Our firefighters they're going in to save lives and save properties. And I think that we need to recognize that in some measure of fairness. So, I'm certainly willing to negotiate between a 1 hour or 2 hour call out. Maybe we could look at something that's we would approve 2 hours, but over 2 years to reduce the impact annually. So I would look to both Councillors Shortreed and Barry to comment, but we'll go to our CIO first and Treasurer.
I'm just thinking about what you just mentioned, Deputy Mayor, is the commitment over the 2 years, and I just want to keep council to keep in mind that it would be a different council,
right?
Potentially.
But I mean, we can at least put that in place and suggest it, so that's suggested to the next council. You're right, they don't have to follow it. We get lost in our timing. I'll just go to Jeannie before I hear from council.
And I just wanted to kind of, in a normal given year, as Angie's saying, she would prepare a report and firefighter remuneration would be subject to COLA. I'm suggesting that in this year, the changes that we are suggesting to implement, that this year that COLA is kind of in taken into consideration already. It wouldn't be over and above what's here. It's in place here.
Okay.
Just so you know, because I don't want them to expect that they're going to get this and then see. And the other thing I want to point out is one of the other options is that council could support this in theory, 1 hour, 2 hour call-in, whatever it is, accept these wages, but we could put this in place as of July 1st, which would only have an impact on the budget for half the year versus the full year, because the firefighters are paid quarterly. So that would be the end of the second quarter. And then we could they would be aware of the change. And then for the final half of the year, they would see these changes put in place. It is an option council can consider.
My goal is one of fairness, and if the firefighters can see that we're taking them into consideration and trying to do something, to improve their lot, I guess it would be the way to put it, that's something that we can consider. So Councillor Shortreed and then Councillor Barry.
I fully support the 2 hour. These volunteers stop their lives for everyone else, whether it be 3 o'clock in the morning or in the middle of their busy workday. And to me, it's a token showing that we appreciate and value what they do. And I'm okay with it starting on their quarterly pay in July.
Yeah, I like that. Councillor Barry, what do you think?
I appreciate the discussion from our last meeting and the second report and all the work that's gone into this with the chief and the treasurer. And I'm sure Angie was involved as well. I just want clarification. So for the, right now where I sit, I am happy to increase the call out to 1 hour. So doubling what they're getting now. I think if we didn't have 3 departments, so if we were all coming into Stanhope or we were all coming into Dorset, I maybe would be more open to just the travel and increasing in that to 2 hours or 3 hours. But I think for this conversation, I support 1 hour, but that's still an increase. What I wanted confirmation was in regards to cost of living. Jeannie says that this is already incorporated into the numbers that are here, but what was the certified firefighter rate last year? Not for the recruits, but for the certified firefighters.
2051 is the certified firefighter rate. So as I say, with this put in place, the regular firefighter would be getting an increase of approximately $1, I believe is correct.
So
Yeah, so I mean, that's part and parcel.
And so therefore the probationary firefighter would not see an increase this year, is that correct?
That is correct. But that is on probationary firefighters that start with us as of July, basically, or what, like, so they're probably still under probation at this point. They're still learning the ropes.
Yeah. But the other captain, acting captain, district chief, all of those would see an increase from where they were sitting last year. Is that correct?
An increase that surpasses COLA in this year.
So when we do a pay equity review, we look at the hourly rates or the salaries that individuals get. That does not include cost of living. I'm just sort of thinking if we're considering bumping up their wages marginally, that should be separate from cost of living. Angie.
I may need to ask you for clarification on that, but the cost of living is, a percentage across the board for employees that is separate from when we do pay equity. When we do pay equity, it does not include firefighters.
No, I realize that.
Okay.
But I'm still seeing them as 2 different things. Like we're talking about how we're going to compensate our firefighters.
Right.
Period. And to me, cost of living is something over and above that. That's kind of an automatic outside of what their annual what their hourly rate is. Go ahead,
If I may.
Yeah.
I think to Jeannie's point, I think the reason that the cost of living isn't incorporated necessarily, for example, into the recruit wage is because of the increases that we're including in the budget. Just for example, between the recruit wage and a regular firefighter wage is more than cost of living would have applied. So it is only $1, but it is more than what cost of living would have represented. So that's why it's not applied.
At some point later on in our meeting, we'll be talking, not this section of our budget discussion, we'll talk about cost of living, I'm sure. Thoughts from either members of council on whether cost of living should be included in this increase or separate? So that's requiring something other than a no thoughts. Yes or no? Should they be together or separate?
Separate.
I don't really understand the question.
What's in response to your concern?
I thought that it was already incorporated.
It's not really. Go ahead, Jeannie.
Sorry. It's not incorporated as in we took that 2% or whatever it is and added to it. What we've recommended is an increase to these wages based on industry standard and so forth. And in some cases, like in the district chief, for instance, the proposed rate change is 22.5% above the certified firefighter rate. So we're saying that the increases that we're recommending here are over and above COLA. So they're already seeing a considerable increase. Going forward next year, with this now rate in place, if we went to just COLA, these will be increased incrementally accordingly. But within this year, this is already a considerable, it's a 5%, almost 5% increase from probationary to certified. It's 15% for captain and it's 22% for district chief. So we're just saying that, I know it's not COLA and everybody else is getting COLA, but we've revisited the wages. We've created a more industry standard wage now. And then going forward, it would be increased annually with COLA.
Lisa, sorry, Councillor Barry.
Thank you. That helps my brain a lot. So going forward, next year, everybody would be at these, if we go with what is proposed, everybody would be at these rates plus 2% or whatever we agree on the COLA. And that would mean that everybody would move up, the recruit, the firefighter, all the way up to the chief. Okay. That I'm in support of that.
Okay, so we have two, I think that we have two issues that we need to resolve. One is where we stand on the call out hours. And I'm hearing 2 hours from Councillor Shortreed and 1 hour from Councillor Barry. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to go with 2 hours. So that of the three of us, that's a vote for a 2 hour call out starting in the middle of the year, which would reduce the impact. Councillor Barry.
Is there an appetite to split the difference?
No. That's where we are with it, with a 1 hour versus 2 hour. 1 hour is splitting the difference. And 2 hours is saying that's where I stand, is a 2 hour call out. It brings us into a closer standard with other staff, and it is just fairer for them. So the other question is, consider cost of living as being included in the increase this year, or adding cost of living to what's being proposed. You're shaking your head to.
I support it being increased next year. I support it as it is included
Okay.
in this report.
And Councillor Shortreed?
Agree.
Okay, so there you have it. I understand that our clerk is going to craft a resolution for us to vote on. Sorry, Councillor Hughes. No, Jeannie.
Ooh, I moved up. I just wanted everybody to see then that is option 4 in the report. Change to the 2 hour call-in with the new firefighter and officer wages, which based on that summary is an additional $20,000 for the year. But if we're going to put this in place as of July, the actual cost will only be approximately $10,000 to the budget. And that's only an estimation because it's based on call volume.
Yeah. So go ahead, Dawn.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were waiting for me to finish the motion. It's ready whenever you are.
Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder to put the motion on the floor? Councillor Shortreed and Councillor Barry. Thank you.
Councillor Shortreed, second by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, Council receives report FD 522 regarding 2022 fire remuneration considerations. and that council selects option 4 identified in the said report, approving a change in call-in pay to 2 hours and an increase in firefighter and officer wages at additional estimated cost of $10,000 being added to the 2022 budget effective July 1st, 2022.
All in favor? That's carried. Councillor Barry?
Just in regards to the resolution, so Don read that as it being an increase of 10,000. Is that because it's coming in July?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think that resolves all the issues that we need to discuss as a separate group, if I'm not mistaken. And once again, thank you so much for the additional work that you've given this issue. It really helps us. It's really helped me, and I'm sure it's helped the other members of council land on a decision. Take it away, Mayor Moffat.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Dayu is, yes, she's back on the screen. So we'll continue on with the rest of fire. Under the sort of turquoisey tab is just sort of the overview, and then we'll move into each section. So Chief, if you want to talk to us just about your budget highlights sheet.
All right, our budget highlights, sorry, I got to just shrink the screen a bit here, is administrative wise, we've included the fire master plan and community risk assessment. The reason they're both being included at once is twofold. A community risk assessment is required by the province to be completed by 2024. A fire master plan, excuse me, hasn't been completed since 2012 here. If we do them both together, we extremely lower the costs because it uses a lot of the same materials. So you'll notice in the budget, I've contacted 2 companies, COMEX and Emergency Management Training, and they both give me estimated price of $35,000 if we do them jointly. If we do them separately, it could be up to $50,000. So there is a significant savings doing them together. In the fire operations part of it, it's everything that we put in the priorities meeting that we had in the fall. The couple things I'd like to highlight is the rechargeable ice auger and the extrication equipment. They're e-tools, so they're all rechargeable now. And that, again, goes with our plan of reducing emissions. So that eliminates having the power packs and that being gas, and it's changed into electric. So it does go to that part of it. The other thing in operations is the training and education, specifically to emergency management. To receive our compliance each year, it's supposed to have a training for our members of our committee and a tabletop exercise. There is a company that supplies that to us, and we receive a compliance letter that's been approved by the EMO. So it makes it pretty straightforward, and it eliminates a lot of extra work and time put in place. The overall cost of that is $3,500 approximately. And we also have to train a new acting CMC, so that included that in the price too, which has been added to the operations budget. Other than that, that's basically the highlights of all our budgets. So the one is the plan under fire administration, and then our operations issues. I think it's come in really good, close to last year's budget. The difference and increase in the fire operations is I've asked $250,000 be allocated to reserves because the pumper in Dorset needs to be replaced within 3 years. So that'll work towards replacement of that item. And that's more than above the amount that the increase in the budget was for operations.
Okay, thank you for that overview, Chief. Does council have any questions on those highlights before we go tab by tab? Councillor Dayu.
Thank you. It's a question for Chief Mike and possibly for Angie or Angie. I'm not sure who. I believe that the Emergency Operating Group is also tasked with doing a yearly review of how the emergency plan works. And of course, COVID has offered a plethora of information on, on how that works. And I just wonder, is that review built into the fire master plan and or the community risk assessment review? Is there some dovetailing that can be done? Does that require a separate budget, or how does that fit in?
Chief French?
Under the, excuse me, under the fire master plan, they do review our emergency management along with the tabletop exercise and the training. They will review that also then too, but it is part of both plans to ensure that happens.
Great, thank you.
I think I saw another hand somewhere. Was that Deputy Mayor Liz?
Just a comment that I'm really, really pleased to see the fire master plan and the risk assessment going ahead this year. It's timely. Let's just say it's timely. And to Councillor Dayou's comment about the review of the EOC and how things went over the pandemic, I would think that would be a review that's done within the EOC, not necessarily as part of the fire master plan.
I think Councillor Dayou was referring to the emergency plan itself, which is the big overall emergency plan. Is that correct, Councillor Dayou?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, like they're all connected, even though they're separate documents, but they do get reviewed, and so it is good to know that the emergency plan will be reviewed or incorporated at that time. Chief French.
As a follow-up to Councillor Dayou's question, we did present to EMO a letter of a compliance, sending in our emergency plan and all our operations throughout the past year. And the recommendation of the representative from EMO was certification of compliance. We haven't received it yet to make it official, but everything's been reviewed and approved by Emergency Management Ontario.
Okay, so if we want to move to, were there other questions just on the highlights there? If we move to tab 7, which is the cost center for training officer, I don't know that there'll be a lot of questions in the specific sections, but we can just go straight to that. So under training officer and the work that's undertaken there, I'm not sure, Chief, if there's anything to highlight. It is what it is, and I would either go to you for a highlight or go to council for questions in this particular section. Training.
I think you're correct, Your Worship. It's basically the same as it was last year. Everything's been maintained. The one adjustment, you'll see that the actual cost for the training officers conference is up a little bit, but in turn, we've reflected that in reductions in other areas.
Yeah, fair enough. And it is less than last year. So any thoughts, questions, concerns? Seeing none. Okay, we'll move to tab 8, which is fire administration. And looking for either comments from the chief or questions from members of council in this particular cost center. Councillor Dayou.
Thank you. In previous years, once a year, there's been a wonderful celebration when all 3 halls have come together and tapped each other on the back, and council's been there to say, thanks so much, folks. You serve our community very well. And there is presumably a cost associated with that. I wonder, is that cost borne by this budget? And if so, where would I find it? Or is it borne by the associations, or how does that happen?
Chief, go ahead.
Your Worship, it is borne through the budget, but we do it through the operational budget under other services. And I'm really looking forward to being reestablished once we're able to do this.
Thank you. Councillor Barry.
At one time, did that live with council, the award ceremony? Or am I imagining something? No? Okay.
You mean in terms of being reflected in the council budget?
Yeah.
No.
No? Okay.
No, I don't believe so. I think it's always lived here. So nothing else. Administration is okay for folks. Questions? Don't see any. Okay, we'll move to the next tab, which is operations. under the fire stations section. Again, I'll do the same thing. Any highlights from the chief that he didn't cover earlier, or any questions from council? A question, Chief, that I did ask is, and it was a bit short notice, the doors at Station 80 are a bit dreary, and I think I asked Angie yesterday, but it was a bit late. Would that fall under fire services or facilities? And I'm not sure where that might live, but is there a plan to paint the rather dreary looking fire hall doors for Station 80?
Definitely. That was one of the items that we put in specifically for building repairs. You can notice an increase from 30,000 to 35, and that was to include items, for example, painting the doors and general upkeep to some of the buildings. We did have a carryover from last year for items like the ceiling in the kitchen, door repairs, dehumidifiers for Station 60, and repairs to ceiling in the compressor room in Station 80. But along with that, there's general maintenance to the building, and that's why you'll see a $5,000 increase. Station 60 needs the soffit all repaired. It's starting to come loose up there too. And I think more preventive stuff we do will save issues going down the road.
Okay, thank you for that. Other questions on this section? I see Deputy Mayor Danielson and then Councillor Dayu.
Just a clarification under clothing and safety wear. Added cost of station wear for new recruits from 2019. I just want to figure out how that fits in here.
Yes, prior in 2019, when Chief Kavanaugh was here, all the firefighters would get pants and shirt when they completed the recruit training. That hasn't taken place since, so we have to do a bit of catch up. So there's 18 new staff members we've had since Chief Kavanaugh's left, including the new recruits in this year. And my thought is we need the 18 sets, but the new recruits won't get their pant and shirt until after they successfully completed the recruit course. So there is an additional cost of $2,250 to compensate for that. Saying that, like, for example, that awards night, I think it looks very sharp when they come in with their shirt and pants and a tie on and proudly wearing that with their department stuff. So I think it's a good opportunity, and it's not right across the board with all our firefighters. It's just catching up the newer ones that don't have it.
Follow up, Liz?
Yeah, no, that's great. I just couldn't quite put the 2019 part of it together. I do now remember quite a substantial discussion about ties and whether ties would be included with the shirts and the pants, and I still think they should be, but I don't think we landed there the last time we talked about it.
Councillor Dayu.
Thank you. With apologies if it doesn't live on this page, I wonder, Chief, if you could tell us where we're at with the concept of the emergency response team, the search and rescue team, and whether there are budget implications for this coming year, and if yes, where they live.
Gladly. What our proposals under projects and priorities was to allot the money with the agreement with the park, which I actually had contact with the director of the park this morning, and we're going to continue to discuss the new contract there, or agreement. And when that agreement falls in place, I'd like to bring it back to council with a report and redirect that money to that program. But at this time, we have no established new contract or agreement.
So do you already have in mind where you would reallocate funds from your existing budget, or will you be asking for additional funds to fund that?
There'd be no additional funds. That would be like the intentions would be, if we get an agreement finalized with the park, that the money that we would subsequently get from that agreement would be allocated for that.
Okay, and did council, yeah, again, you have to reach back into your head over, months and months and months of discussions. And I need a reminder of where we landed on that, because I remember at first blush thinking that's a bit lofty for a volunteer fire service, but it was in relation to the park, as you just mentioned. So can you, certainly for my benefit, if not for others, refresh me on the this team?
Yeah, definitely. It would be specific for the park if we get the agreement, and for our own township. We have a lot of back trails in that are actually Algonquin Highlands trails. And I think if we ever had somebody that was hurt or injured, it's important for us to be prepared to get them out of the bush area. Wow. Lost people in the bush in general. Even though the police, we'd be working with the police and have to get their approval for the team. It's not to replace it or eliminate it. It's just be support, because we have a faster response than what their ERT team and that would have. So I think it's a separate issue, and it would be required to have a separate report brought to council at a later time.
I recall the conversation now. Yes, thank you for that refresh. Councillor Dayu.
So with my apologies now for not recalling all the details, I thought that the park was going to be excluded from the jurisdiction of the territorial jurisdiction of this team. Delighted to hear that I might be wrong on that, but that's what I seem to recall from our previous conversation. And just to add to that, before we go back to Mayor Moffat, I wonder if the park agreement doesn't come through, whether we should be provisioning for some form of provision for this team, notwithstanding that agreement not coming through or not including it. As the chief knows, we've very recently had a call for search and rescue, and it was an excellent reminder that this team is very much worthwhile, and there is need there for that sort of service. So what happens if the parks agreement doesn't include that?
Okay, as for the park, there's a good chance it won't include the search and rescue component for the park, because they actually use a search and rescue team out of Renfrew for anything they have. Was more based on the funding from the park agreement. I think we can start working towards that. Where we're going to need the funding is to get more supplies. Like, for example, we can't expect a person doing a search and rescue to be wearing fire boots to go through that aspect of it. So I think it's a project we need to get the base done this year, start doing the training, and then implement it. And it could be next year before we actually put it totally in place. The training for it is free. We just have to get the support of OPP. And you can become part of the provincial team, but I don't feel that that's our goal right now. We need to support our own community.
Yeah, and I think we need, we'll need to, pending your conversations with the park, we'll need to circle back, obviously, and have a look. Because what I would be hesitant to do is, I appreciate the opportunity to provide training because it's free, but then is that creating what could end up being, an unmet expectation of, we can't fund the additional resources or clothing requirements or an entire separate set of footwear to undertake this work. So that feels a bit cart before the horse to me. So it would be great to have the conversation if you can get your conversation with the park organized and bring that back sort of sooner than later. I know the park is not easy to deal with because they're a big entity and they're very busy, but I sure would like to see that. What that might look like going forward, so that we don't train people who are enthusiastic to participate in a team that we can't fund next year because we don't know what the funding might look like. So that makes me a little bit nervous, cart before the horse-ish, but we'll wait for your report back on that from your conversation.
Definitely. And I did just get a phone call from John Schwick, the park superintendent, this morning. So hopefully we can start to progress to get a new agreement. The last agreement was signed in 2011. So there's been a lot of updates in the last 11 years. So.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Any other questions for the fire chief on the fire section of the budget? Councillor Barry.
Yes,
You're kind of in the dark there. You're hard to see. Sorry.
Believe me. I wanted to ask this because I did not see it in the emergency measures section where it says under training and education, emergency management training and tabletop scenario. Is that something that all of council will participate in?
I'll jump in there. Traditionally, the tabletop exercise is for the emergency operations group. I have in past years opened up that tabletop exercise to other members of council if they wanted to observe it for the specific reason of, the pandemic was sort of steady weekly meetings that were designed to deal with, the province says do this, the province now says do the other. Whereas traditional emergency management that we would deal with would be like a tornado. The last time the EOC was convened was in the tornado of 2006. And normally an EOC runs 24/7, like if it's a big enough deal. And so council members need to know sort of what happens there, because people are going to get tapped in and out. But all of council does not form part of those groups. So I have in the past offered that opportunity so that folks, if they ever were, tapped to come in and perform or help out, that they would actually know what's happening there. So I don't think that happens other places, but we did it here. And the chief may have more on that because he wasn't here then. So we can invite anybody we want into it, like into that tabletop to watch it. Yeah.
The other consideration we might have to look at here is with the service delivery, this tabletop could develop into a district-wide, which would still would meet our requirement and be part of our service delivery. Along with another thing in regards to service delivery, in the budget is for a fit test machine that we're looking at buying jointly between the 4 townships to reduce costs. We bought it individually here, which we require to fit our face masks for going in structures, but also the N95s need to be tested. And for us to buy it individually, it'd be $28,000, but buying it as our contribution to the township, it'd be $7,000. So it really shows how the service delivery would be more effective for that particular item.
Yeah, it's nice to see that collaboration. Deputy Mayor Danielson.
It's very nice to see that collaboration, and particularly in fire. I'm just wondering where that piece of equipment would live.
So for that, we would rotate with having 4 departments involved. It would be, what I'm envisioning is we'd have it for a month at a time, 3 times a year, depending on, so you'd bring it in, anyone needed tested, so it would rotate amongst the 4 townships.
Yeah, and presumably when you're specific, when Station 60's testing is done, it stays in Station 60 till it's moved to 70. When it's 70 is finished, it stays there till it moves. So in terms of Liz, where it lives, I'm and the chief can clarify, but I'm assuming it would stay where it was last used until it is next needed.
I feel it'd stay within the department. That I would say that Chris would probably have it under training. So that month we have it, he'd go to the 3 stations as the trained minister, do the testing for them, then bring it back, and it would be controlled the training officer within our station.
Anything else on fire? I do have to say, Chief, that the way the sun's coming in your window when you turn your head a certain way is giving you a spectacular
mustache
and beard.
That's good. And 2 or 3 more chins.
Yeah, well, I hear you there. Anything else for fire? Fire. Chief, I think you got off relatively easy. So thank you for the work that's gone into this budget to make it relatively easy for you. So we'll say thanks and bid you adieu.
Good. Thank you for your time. Enjoy your day.
Thanks, you too. After fire, we're going to Parks, Rec and Trails. It's 11:39, so I imagine Parks, Rec and Trails will be split out over lunch, and we'll just see how far we get. And I think I'm again making an assumption that we have agreed in the past that we try not to go past 2-ish, 3 at the latest, because we all start to get a bit goofy. So would council concur that we don't want to be here at 4:30?
Goofy? Us?
It's been known to happen on occasion. So we'll bring in Mr. Card, and I'm going to endeavor to find Parks, Rec and Trails in my book. Can anybody tell me the number? Oh, there it is. Found it.
Orange yellow tab.
I found it. Good morning, Mr. Card.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Welcome to Budget Day 1.
Thank you.
If you want to take us through your highlights, and then we'll get as far as we can before we break for lunch.
Absolutely, thank you. So council will see throughout the budget, we've got some areas that we're recommending some increases to meet operational demands and some various projects, as well as some reserve contributions. And then in other areas, we're going to see some slight decreases, but overall a slight increase. Each budget is marked with where that stands relative to its own merit. Budget highlights for this year, starting with parks. We're looking at a number of just kind of improvement initiatives that are in some instances general regular maintenance that's needed at this time, and in other instances some larger capital projects. So starting with the Alvin Johnson parking lot resurfacing, we're just looking at adding some gravel there to improve the parking area where we have low spots and water ponding. Stanhope tennis court resurfacing. This is going to be a relatively large project. It is something that has been coming over the past few years. And this past year, I was able to start to look at some various options for what may be possible there. But ultimately, it's going to be an extensive kind of resurfacing and potentially some level of removal of the existing top surface of the tennis court there. I'm looking to increase the maintenance related staffing, which would include a seasonal weekend parks maintenance technician. This would be a position that operates part-time Friday to Sunday from the start of May until after the long weekend in September. And that would support increased usage of our park spaces throughout the township on weekends where historically we have not had any staffing available. Alvin Johnson Park, proposing the replacement of the benches that are there, as well as adding some more at the Stanhope Park for some seating around the playground. I'd like to also install some bear-proof waste receptacles, one being at the Hawk Valley Park and one at the Dorset Parkette. The one at the Hawk Valley Park would be a new one where one does not currently exist. The Dorset Parkette will be an additional one to what is already there in a different location to be able to meet some extra demands there. Up in Oxtongue, we're looking to do property improvements where the pavilion exists next to the Oxtongue Lake Community Center, and doing some top dressing of the lawn there to get some greenery happening. Through you, Mayor, I don't know if you want me to just go right through the next one or if you want to stop here.
Yeah, I think what we've been doing is going through all the highlights, and then we'll go by tab. So yeah, keep going for your highlights.
Great, thank you. Trails, looking to increase trails related staffing to include some seasonal trails office attendance. This would be to support operations through the busy months at the trails office, where typically both myself and field staff have been brought into the mix on also running the office. The demand at where we've seen it going over the past number of years has arrived at to best meet that. Ideally, we'd be able to have those positions in place. Looking at some improvements for the Sherborne Lake Forest access road to improve access and parking at several campsites along the road, 3 different campsites. And I'd also like to establish some reserve contributions for the construction of a new Algonquin Highlands Trails office. So this being a new building, potentially where we have the Trails office now to facilitate a growing department. I'd like to replace the ski trail intersection map signage. It's reached, well, it's very close to the end of its life. So essentially replacing like for like at that location, and then do some fencing repairs up at the James Cooper Lookout Trail. The Dorset Tower, a couple of big projects there this year, one being the installation of the lightning protection system, which of course was something that we had hoped to accomplish this past season, but due to various conflicting scheduling and other projects that came up, we just weren't able to get it done. So moving that ahead, and we should be able to complete that one this year. We have been able to add, and actually council will see an agreement tomorrow with our Camus service provider for reservations, an online and advanced entrance ticketing system, which will include timed entry capabilities for fall colors. And then as part of a project identified within our roads resurfacing within the asset management plan, we'd be doing a road surface treatment and ditching and replacing culverts on the roadway up to the tower and right around through the parking areas. Docks and landings, the Lower Fletcher or Skin Lake Landing project will be the main focus, and then replacing the existing docks and gangways at the Raven Lake Landing, which is a shared services agreement asset with the Township of Lake of Bays, and also replacement of just the gangway at the Frost Center dock. The rest of the equipment there is in good shape at the moment. The gangway is to be proactive, ready to be replaced. Equipment wise, we're looking to, we've been able to get a good life out of our 2011 GMC long box, and so replacing that this year. And there is, as long as the manufacturers are able to provide what we need, which can be a challenge right now with COVID, but there is a hope that we're going to be able to prioritize this purchase as being a hybrid truck. Replacing one of our riding lawnmowers that is identified within the asset management plan now for replacement, and at the same time upgrading it to a commercial zero-turn type model. And then a number of training opportunities being provided to new and existing staff, both to meet legislated requirements for our small drinking water systems at all of our community halls and our public water fill-up stations, and then to meet training requirements for maintenance staff that are new to us, that would be taking care of playgrounds and regular playground instruction or reviews. First responder training for myself and one of our new trails techs, and continuation of offering opportunities to our existing trails coordinator and trail techs to get them up to standard that we'd like to provide for any of our field staff, which will be some providing them opportunities for certification to be able to do travel and on ice in the winter, to be able to do trails and campsite maintenance, and then for future project considerations, sustainable trail construction, bronze cross swimming, and bylaw enforcement training for one of the new staff.
Okay, thank you for the overview. Does council have any questions specific to what's on this highlight list? Deputy Mayor Danielson. You're on mute.
I'm just wondering what your vision of a new office would be. Are you talking about tearing down what we've got and building a brand new office, or in addition to what we've got?
So I would not want to tear down what's existing there now. It is a heritage building, so there would be rules around that. So we would keep that, and ideally I'd be able to utilize that as a location for our rental processes, our equipment rentals. What I'm hoping for is an additional building on site, which would provide additional space for patrons and people coming in, and also for staffing. We have a number of staff that we've grown quite drastically since the outset, and needs such as a lunchroom and dedicated office space for myself and the trails coordinator. So it would be an additional building, and we were only starting to build reserves. Of course, we're going to have a number of conversations over timelines and design specifications once we get to that point.
Okay.
I think you might have to go to the Committee of Adjustment for that.
Yeah, you might have to. I'm glad to hear that. I wasn't sure. I knew that the one building was a heritage building. I wasn't sure that the office had that same designation. So I'd be upset to see it go. So I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
My question is in establishing that reserve, I'm madly looking at my reserve sheets. Is that already in? I don't see it. I don't see a line item in the reserve activity. So can you, Jeannie, is that included in the budget and just not listed on the reserves yet, or?
It'll be included in the HH, like the trails. It's not separated and segregated out. So if council so wishes, we can do that.
So it's but there's nothing in trails. There's there's a contribution.
Not trails, it's under coordinator. Let me just find it.
But if we're creating
water
reserve-
trails. That's
okay.
the 59,000 going in. So right now it's not segregated out, but we can do that if council so desires. So it's
yeah, I didn't see it because it says vehicle and canoe replacement. So it didn't say for building, but yeah, council can have it broken out separately if it wishes. But that's, any thoughts on that, Liz?
Yeah, I think it would be a good idea to break it out. And I'm almost wondering if $9,000 is, I hate to say it, but I'm wondering if $9,000 is enough. When we're talking about the development of a new building, that's a pretty small dent. That wouldn't even cover the design work. So I believe that it should be greater.
Can we put that in the parking lot?
Absolutely.
There's 50,000 in the contribution. It's 59,060 in total. It's 50,000 for the trails office.
Oh, it's the 50.
Oh, okay, I thought I heard 9,000. Okay.
No, 59, sorry.
Okay, that works.
My next question is around for the advanced ticketing system, which we'll see tomorrow. Is that we're going to fund that through modernization, because that seems to fit the bill there? How's that being paid for?
So the agreement, so it's an added service to our existing agreement, which would be charged based on 3% of sales revenue through it. So that's to say, any revenue we're taking in through that platform, Camus would be taking 3%. And I haven't considered putting modernization funding towards that. We wouldn't know for certain what the total cost is until the end of the year.
Yeah, so that answers the question. It's an add-on to the existing service provision by Camus. It's not the specific purchase of a specific piece of software. So that makes sense. Okay, so that answers. So I'm going to put an X through that. And with I just want to ask too about the Raven Landing. That commitment from Lake Bays is in the 2022 budget, is it not?
We've included it in our budget. I have reached out to them to get clarification on what they've included in their budget, and we are awaiting a response.
Okay, because we're supposed to have a meeting with them as well, just around some of this stuff. Madam CAO.
I suspect that perhaps Chris's questions to staff in Lake Bays may have prompted the request for the meeting.
Yeah, I would agree. And so, the Raven Lake folks are quite attentive to this issue because of their challenges there with the landing, and the ministries telling them to get rid of their docks. So they need a new solution there. All right, so all we can do is wait and see. I'm going to check back in my email because I'm pretty sure that there was some email correspondence between myself and Mayor Glover, ensuring that they included this in their budget. So we'll just leave that to that, and I'll look into that. Okay, so if we then go to, so nothing else from council on the highlights. Deputy Mayor Liz.
Just a note about that. I thought that I recall somewhere along the line about the Raven Lake Landing that there was some opposition, or not opposition, but lack of interest in assisting us with funding there from Lake Base. So I wanted to make sure that you do have included that on your list of things to talk to them about if you're going to have a meeting with them in the not too distant future.
Yeah, so that's what I was just saying about reaching out, checking back in my email and my correspondence on that, because I believe that it will form part of our discussion anyway, but I want to check back because I know, because we've all lost 2 years of our lives. I know that I had email correspondence with my Lake Base counterpart in relation to including the needs at Raven Lake, but I can't remember if it was 6 months ago or 16 months ago. So I have to check my email on that. But yeah.
Well, one other question, if I might, before we move on. I wonder, Chris, if you would mind just sort of doing a little bit of a summary about the additions that you want to make with respect to staffing, because it's kind of split out, a part person here and a part person there. And I just want to know exactly like how many bodies in overall are we actually adding?
So this year, I've budgeted for 2 part-time positions. They would be weekend positions, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Each of those 2 positions would be working at the Trails office on Saturday, Sunday, and they would split the Fridays. That is because currently, due to the situation with the Recreation Center and COVID, we have Sandra Rogers, our recreation coordinator, supporting Trails office operations. Had that not been the case, I would have been proposing that it would have been 2 positions over 56 person hours.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else on highlights? Okay, we'll just start at the front. Tab 32 is Communities in Bloom. I think that's fairly straightforward and it doesn't require a whole bunch of conversation, does it? Okay, that's good. Tab 33 is Water Trails. So we've talked about the highlights, and so I would open it up to council for any questions on any of the details that they'd like to have clarified. Anybody? Councillor Dayu.
Thank you. Looking at the revenues line for a moment, camping permit fees. Last year, there was a budgeted revenue of a projected revenue of 260,000. This year, you're looking at 294, which is quite an increase. At what point are we at full capacity with these trails? What is the maximum revenue that we could possibly earn from the trails as they are? And how close are we to hitting that maximum without increasing fees?
I don't have that information, sorry. We typically, through the summer months, as far as the number of campsites that are getting booked, we have reached capacity.
Okay.
July, August. We have actually had to proactively this year strategically close some campsites for reservations at certain times, just to ensure that the number of people heading out is able to stay within the number of vehicles that can park in our parking spaces. There's still a lot of room for growth on the shoulder seasons and through the winter seasons, but that's something that historically and industry wide is a very slow time.
Great, that's helpful. Thank you.
Any other questions on the Water Trails tab? Oh, sorry, Liz, I saw your hand there.
Yet two things. I did want to ask about, I see that we're, with apologies to Chris, because I know that you're working in very cramped quarters and some working conditions may be better than others, but I see that we're budgeting for equipment for remote workspace. Does that mean that we're going to be buying equipment to put in your home?
That's correct. So currently, my desk is in the Trails office, and the intent with having Sandra in there and having Trails office attendants, and this is something that has been discussed with Angie and myself as well, and there's future planning between us to decide at what points I'm at home and at what points I'm in the main administrative office, and the future that need will be met by having a new building where I have office space. But currently what would happen is from May until September, I'm out of the Trails office space and working a combination from home and main administrative office. And I need things to facilitate that. So right now, for example, I've taken all of my equipment from my office, from the Trails office to my home, and that's what I'm using here. That equipment would then be back in the Trails office because my desk will then become the Trails coordinator's desk. And then I need additional equipment to support me working in that remote space.
If I might, I understand, the challenge there for you and the need. I guess where my concern is that this kind of has an impact on our working from home policy that we may establish, and how that may impact other staff who want to work from home and think that they should need more equipment or of a varying type. I just it's a kind of a bigger picture question as opposed to specifically what we're doing to meet your needs.
Yeah, and that's a yeah, there she is, hand up. So that's a CAO question. So, and I had the same thing. What about how does it impact other staff working from home? The working from home idea remains in place, and some flex ability to move around. So yeah, Angie, if you can speak to that.
Yes, and so, thinking about the future and, enabling staff to be able to, particularly Chris in his position, be able to work and think in a more strategic manner. He is hindered by the environment that he's in at the Trails office because he doesn't have an office. He's doing answering the phone, and so the expectations of him as the manager, it becomes difficult for him. And so in the meantime, until we can work towards building an office space, this, in the discussion between he and I, was an interim measure so that it enables him to be able to, function at his fullest, so to speak. Rather than, we have a manager that is answering phones. So we need to change that so that will enable him to do that.
Mm-hmm. Liz, go ahead.
Yeah, I understand it completely when it comes to Chris and his position. I think that's unique. I'm just concerned about going forward and other staff who may or may not want to work from home more than they, when things settle out. We've seen some examples of there are some people who are being able to work from home. It's better for them to work from home, or they find that they can produce more working from home. What's going to be I just think that we're going to have to think about a policy or just look at this a little bit further when it comes to a broader, how are we going to accommodate that? And how far are we prepared to go? I mean, it's sort of like the discussion about what are we going to do for members of council, for office equipment. I mean, it's a much bigger picture, but it's not different. Are we going to buy office equipment for anyone who wants to work from home?
Well, I would put that back to the CAO. I don't think it's the intent to buy office furniture if everybody works at home, but Angie, I'll let you speak to that.
Yeah, no, that is not the intent. Anybody that is working from home has been able to take what they need to from their office space. And, you know, on a go forward, I've asked this previously, is to have some flexibility for now, at least, to manage staff, you know, their request to work from home and those things as we move out of the pandemic. As I mentioned, Chris's, the discussion for him to work from home for that period of time is a temporary measure and a solution to what we're looking for from him until we can get some different accommodations. And the equipment then that he purchases will be able to furnish his new office. So that's sort of the intent. A work from home policy, you know, absolutely that will come forward at some point. But as I had asked for previously and council had approved was to give that flexibility for now.
Follow up, Liz?
Yeah, no, I just want to be absolutely clear that I'm not saying I don't want to do this for Chris, because I can't imagine with some of the projects that we ask him to put his mind to, trying to do it in the middle of the summer in the chaos of the Trails office. I get that completely.
Yeah, to the CAO's point, we don't need the Trails manager answering phones. It's not what we want them for. Councillor Dayu.
Thank you. Chris, on page 2 of this budget tab, under training and education, I see you've got 4 staff ice safety rescue training, $3,000. Do we send our PRT staff out on ice rescues?
No, but what this is, so that's not to say, sorry, that we would send them in a situation that would typically be addressed by emergency personnel like the fire department. This course is such to allow folks who work in the backcountry, who travel on ice, to have the skills to be able to rescue other people that they're working with.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or themselves.
That's right.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Important clarification, and I'm grateful for it.
Anything further on the water trails tab? Okay, so we have an option here. It's 10 past 12. We can get ourselves maybe to 12:30 and then take a lunch break. Is everybody's dummies okay with that? Okay. Okay, then ski trails, tab number 34. Do you have any questions for Chris on ski trails and what he wants to do there? None? Oh, Lisa Berry?
Not a question, just when I was speaking to Jeannie yesterday, just clarification. I wanted to know what such a decrease in the budget, but it was based on the contribution to reserve last year. So it's really not a decrease.
Mm-hmm. Okay, anything else under this section? Fabulous. This is where we'll make up ground. Item number 35, tab number 35 is Stewardship Rangers. It's a bit of a zero. It nets out if they fund it. So I don't think we need to talk about that. It's a bit early to know. Are there any indications at all, or is it just too early, Chris?
It is too early. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I just had a request about tab 36 soccer. I just had a request asking if the soccer program was going to be running this year. So any questions on the costs associated with soccer? Anybody? Okay, great. Next, 37 is swim. I mean, these are not great amounts of money. So, and people are also asking about swim. So, nothing. Lisa Berry.
Not a budget question per se, but do we have any sort of end date of when we might be able to make that call? I know typically a lot of families sort of earmark sort of March break as when they're thinking of sort of putting that money out. And I just wondered, Is that?
Yeah, and I should apologize. I have just this moment realized that I didn't send out a quick note to council about the EOC has resumed meeting, and there's a couple of things that will be coming for council to decide because they belong more at council than the EOC. The EOC is kind of waiting till and correct me, Angie and Chris, if I don't get this right, the restrictions are being loosened very quickly in terms of gatherings indoor and outdoors and et cetera. So there's additional restrictions being lifted as of March 1st. So it's my recollection that we're waiting to see what happens March 1st, and then it's likely the EOC will stop meeting because it's no emergency, it doesn't really need to. And then that stuff would these programs would just simply happen because they're permitted, and I'm not sure if we had talked about the programming coming to council, but there's definitely some other decisions that council needs to make. Can you, Angie, do you remember, or Chris?
Yes, Chris had brought just at our last meeting about whether the tower will open, and that will definitely come to council for a decision. He had not brought programming yet, but that will definitely, I would assume, Chris, that you'll bring that to council.
Yeah, and if I may, I certainly hope to be able to run each of these programs this year. As we were heading into Christmas and before the Omicron variant, it was a clear answer in my mind. I still needed to talk to the EOC about it. The previous 2 years, it was very up in the air. Looking at what the province is hoping to achieve with their current kind of roadmap to reopening, and actually just today, our rec coordinator will be attending an information session on how that will affect recreation programming. And I've also asked her to reach out to other municipalities on what they're thinking for programming, and also in the case of the swim program, the Red Cross and the National Life Saving Society, to see what their thoughts are on those types of things. So it is still a moving target. It is still something that I'm going to be speaking with EOC about, and from their direction, whether or not that would have further discussion with council. But as of right now, I do not have a firm answer. I do not have a cutoff date for the decision.
Yeah, so I can see those coming to council, because the EOC can say in a very mechanical way, the province says this number of people can meet safely, but I think that's the council needs to weigh in and say, politically and philosophically, do we want to do that, in the community? Because people are, we mentioned earlier, pretty antsy to get back to doing things. I saw a hand. There it is. Deputy Mayor Danielson, and then Councillor Dayu.
To a point that Councillor Barry made earlier on about, it's just become more and more important for people during the pandemic and coming out of the pandemic that we've got programs in place, and that there are more opportunities for people to get out, get active, for mental health issues, to be, with other people. So, it's just, if we can get programs running and you think that it's safe, then that's great.
Councillor Dayu.
Thank you. I have a budget mechanics question for the treasurer, if I might. This is a really good example. The swim program and the soccer program are such good examples of things that we budgeted for the last 2 years, could barely spend a dime on. Could you walk us through what happened to that allocated money? Did that go back into reserves? And if so, where did it go? I know, and I apologize, Madam Mayor, it's a slight deviation from the conversation at hand, but I think it's just such a perfect example to understand how we handle budget that doesn't get spent because of things like pandemics.
In these two cases, their cost recovery greatly.
Okay.
So, one's at 89% and one's at 80%. So those costs wouldn't be transferred because we're just recovering. There is a minor amount, but not a great amount. And they're also based on participation and so forth.
Okay. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Thank you.
Anything else for these couple of programs? The nenext tab is the Dorset Museum, which isn't really Chris, but we're just going to keep going in the tabs. It's interesting, Councillor Dayu, I had asked a very similar question for both of the museums is, you know, they had their budget allocations and they couldn't undertake any of their, you know, their initiatives, and they weren't open, and other than being charged back for lawn mowing or any maintenance that might occur through public works, you know, where did the money go? And the treasurer assured me that that's where it's gone back into its own reserves, because council did provide it those monies for those folks to do those things, and so it goes back in so that they can continue to draw on that when they can open and get going, and that keeps those annual contributions that are generated through the levy in place for the future. Deputy Mayor Danielson.
As a point of clarification with respect to reserves for the museums, I know that we put a cap on what they would be able to carry over. I'm assuming that because we've had 2 very inactive years, that there's going to be that this is going to be looked at a little bit differently.
It has been, yeah.
Okay.
There is no cap. Yeah. So then, is there anything that anybody? I mean, the budgets are fairly similar. For the budgets, I'm lumping both museums in together, but they are separate. So, any other questions for Dorset Museum? Hopefully, we can get those folks back to doing the things they signed up to do. Dorset Lions Park. Oh, Councillor Dayu, did you have a question about museum?
Yeah, there was one question that Carrie Locke asked in her letter to council, or yes, and I just wonder what the answer to it is. Halfway down her first page, she says, also, will the Joint County Area Museums website yearly cost come out of this line in our budget? And do we know the yearly cost? Do you know the answer to that?
I personally don't. I would assume it comes out of both of them. And I think I see the treasurer nodding.
Yes, and I did answer Carrie to that and gave her the information. I believe it's 228. Don't quote me. I'd have to go looking, but it wasn't a very big amount. But it is in the budget and it is paid for through the budget. And
okay, thank you.
Okay, can we go to 39 Dorset Lions Park? Again, not a big amount, and this is going back to our commitment to partner with the Lions, that we pay the costs, even though the park sits on jointly owned land. We might raise that in our upcoming conversation, but we pay the freight to maintain that park, other than the rink. Any questions for Chris on that? Councillor Dayu.
Just my perennial plea to think of, as we've discussed a few times with Chris, to think about ground cover other than lawn where possible, to support our pollinators. That's all. But you know, Chris absolutely knows that that's a priority for us.
Do we know, just to that quickly to that point, you know, the Lions, when they did their Centennial Park project there, they developed a bunch of gardens there. Did they plant pollinator plants? I don't know what's in there, to be honest. I've been there, I've looked at them, but I can't picture them in my head. Chris?
They have a number of perennials, and then they put in annuals. I don't know the entire mix. Sorry, no.
Well, that's just maybe as a little sidebar. That's maybe something that can be relayed back to them, that we would love to see, you know, a little bit of attention to some pollinator species, just because we can. Not a budget item. Anything else on Dorset Lions Park? Dorset Rec Center is next. And I think we've had the Lions share of the conversation in terms of the building. Any other questions from council on the Rec Center section of the budget? I guess there's really not too much to discuss. Okay, seeing none, we are at tab 41, Elvin Johnson Park, and we've talked about the highlights there, about the resurfacing and benches and whatnot. Any other comments, thoughts, questions on Elvin Johnson Park? All right, item number 42 is the log chute. Again, fairly static. The payout from the insurance company remains in the reserve. that annual contractually based contribution to reserves has been made. Anybody, anything? Stanhope Museum, item tab number 43. I think it's in the same boat as the Dorset Museum. Deputy Mayor Danielson. You're on mute.
I see that that we're going to go ahead with repairs to the interpretive pavilion at the park next to the log chute. But one of the things that that I've mentioned several times is the slope going from sort of the, I don't know, I want to call it the landing area, but where you might pull up with a vehicle there. There's quite a slope going down to where the interpretive pavilion is. And we've talked in the past about, you know, sort of tiering that somehow, maybe with timbers or somehow with rock work, so that it's not what can become a slippery slope, or it's not very accessible. And you know what? I have a vision of Carol's mother with a cane trying to access that area, and it was not an easy feat. And ever since then, that's been stuck in my head that we need to do something there.
My mother would appreciate that you remember her. So are you talking about what is the path down to it? Or so there's the path that goes down to it, and then there's the steep, like the bank of that. You're talking about the path that goes down?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that has been, it is not within the percentage grade of appropriate accessible requirements, I don't think. You know, I don't say much about, lest it be seen as self-serving because of my work there, but there's a lot of work that could be done at the log chute, a lot of work around the grounds and that kind of thing. So it might, and I think I've said this, I think I've said the same thing over a number of budgets, is I think it's time, or it's worth having a conversation for an overview of that whole site, to say what needs a look-see. So maybe Chris, sometime through the year, we could talk about that and have a look at it, and because there are other things that could be done other than just the interpretive pavilion. So longer term. Oh my God, look at all the hands in the air. I'm going to go to Angie first, and then I'm going to Jen, and then back to Liz.
Thank you. I'm wondering if we should bring back a list of priorities again for council to talk about, because you'll recall when we brought that list to council for consideration, that project sort of fell to one of the bottom ones. And so if we're going to bring that back up, do we want to revisit the whole list again?
It might not be a bad idea, or is that something that you leave for you know, a newly convened council in November? It can go either way. Certainly the sort of weighted value process that Jen brought to us, I think that provided real clarity in terms of being able to pick things out. I guess what we have to separate or not separate is, Liz is right about the slope of the entryway to the log chute. You wouldn't do that in isolation. And so you're right. Thank you for raising that. If in fact, in the face of competing priorities, the log chute as a whole fell toward the bottom of that infrastructure list, and yet the access remains a bit sketchy, it could change the outcome of that list. But it's worth council doing again if council, I mean, the question is, does council want to, you know, reweight that list to set the stage going forward, or leave it for a new council? I'm going to go back to Angie, and then I'm going to Liz or to Jen and Liz.
And also at council's direction, we could include that on a list for accessibility funding as well. It's just a thought.
Yeah, that's true. Councillor Dayu, and then Deputy Mayor Danielson.
What Angie said.
Thank you for being succinct. Deputy Mayor Liz.
Yeah, that's a good idea to put it on the list of accessibility projects. You know, it's such it's just a crying shame to see what's happened to the log chute, but the attached little park area is really quite lovely. It's a nice spot to stop. It's a beautiful place, and I think it needs it does need some attention. Aside from the fact that the log chute itself is problematic, but yeah, I would welcome a discussion about prioritizing projects. But I think we need to look at that from two dual perspectives.
Mhm. Okay, well, so Angie can put that on her to-do list, and we'll put the access to the log chute on the accessibility list. And when and if that time comes, it will require more work there, which Chris is going to tell us about just now.
Yeah, and if I may, I do see a landscaping project at that property as a large scale project. And when I say large scale project, I think of it as it's a highlighted project for the year that's going to take a significant amount of time, depending on what we're looking at doing and to what extent we're going to. Currently, doing repairs to the pavilion is something that the roof of the pavilion has deteriorated. It's starting to break and actually come apart. And from a capacity perspective right now, I'm squeezing in just getting the roof repaired. And that's to say, like, we're talking about, a day with a couple maintenance staff with some hand tools. And that's about the extent of the amount of time I have available to dedicate them to. That being said, when we are looking at the prioritization, I think it's important to also think about when we were looking at possibilities, and we had some meetings back when the log chute had first gotten damaged in that flood with Parks Canada and our insurer, and starting to talk about what construction on a new log chute structure would look like. And part of the conversation was they may need to actually create a staging area for machinery. So there was discussion from everything of like pulling materials in and out with a helicopter, right down to all manpower, and then the in-between of having machinery on site. And if that's the case, it's going to require a staging area. And the challenge that's different from when it was first put in is that what's there now has to be taken out. There may also be staging requirements needed potentially that we may be asked about when they're rebuilding the dam. But I'm just saying that I wouldn't want to miss considering the possibility that we may need to create a large open area to put things like dump trucks and a backhoe, et cetera, while they're tearing out the log chute and putting a new one in. We may want to have that happen prior to any property improvements, or at least consider how it would affect it.
Yeah, and I do know that there's I get a lot of inquiries about when the chute's going to be fixed, and thank you for raising that logistical aspect, Chris. You're right. We built ourselves out of the chute, and then put the park in place. So now there's infrastructure in the place where all the machinery's at. So I do know that there is public interest in undertaking that project again. It just needs a champion. It just needs a lead. So anyway, we can't really do much about it, but we could look at that priority list. That does change the idea about making any changes there because of what Chris just said. He's absolutely right. You wouldn't fix the entrance and then drive machinery over it to fix the chute itself. So we have to build ourselves back out of it again. I say we very generously, but you never know. Deputy Mayor Liz.
But realistically, if the insurance company is refusing to insure even a replaced structure, are we going to rebuild the log chute? You know what I want to do, but are we going to be able to do that? It's fine. I've got as much interest, well, maybe not as much interest as you, but
I don't think so.
No, but it's dear to my heart, and something that I think is important that we be able to fix. It's a huge place for people to go within Algonquin Highlands, and I just was aghast at the thought that we're not going to be able to get insurance on it. So can we? Are we going to be able to rebuild it? Or do
Yeah,
we
I
have to
mean-
look at a different configuration for a park there?
That might be the case, and the rebuilding of the chute and et cetera isn't. It's not part of today's discussion, so I think we can safely say that we could have the philosophical discussion about next steps there at any time, in the next several months, and see what the options are. Yeah, you're right. The big one is the insurance, because if they're not going to insure it unless there's changes. Anyway, that's a different conversation. The good thing is the contributions have been made to the reserves, and they are nowhere near what they would need to be to do the work required in the entire site, including the chute. But at least we're going in the right direction. So I think it's best to leave it there for today, because the log chute is not part of the budget discussion, really. Except for the repairs to the pavilion.
Associated Park is.
Well, but if Chris is saying that the pavilion's roof is cracking, and he's talking about a couple of people with some hand tools to make it, not fall over, that's maintenance, and that needs to happen anyway, so that it's not, it's not a danger to the public who are still going there. But yeah, there needs to be a bigger picture conversation about that. But to Angie's point, it didn't fall very high on the list. So we've said we'd like to see that priority list again, and we can recalibrate after that, I think. We are at Stanhope Museum. I think we did Stanhope Museum, did we not? Was there any questions there? It's the same as the that puts us at Stanhope Parks, tab number 44. It also puts us at 1232. Would you like to finish off Parks, Rec and Trails or have lunch? Liz? You're on mute.
I'm doing that so you can't hear my mouse.
Your clicky mouse. Click, click, click.
I'm just, I asked the question earlier about what's the right word? I'm just looking at the Past Perfect web cataloging software for the museum, and I'm assuming that the same rule would apply, that would not be implemented without consultation with Mr. March.
I would assume so. So the Past Perfect is the cataloging system that they currently have and use, that Adele uses. I guess Norma uses it too, maybe not.
But it's my understanding that a number of the software programs existing or in use at the present time are not compliant. So I just want to make sure that we don't, that we don't miss a link there. That's all.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And perhaps Angie can just make sure that software is reviewed, because ultimately, yeah, we just make sure the software is reviewed by IT staff. I think they would be as in the course of its acquisition. Okay. How much do we have left for Chris? Do you want to finish off Chris, or that sounds terrible? We're going to finish off Chris. And he's such a nice guy. Councillor Barry, or have lunch. What would you like to do?
I support going for lunch. I think to give everything the time it deserves. I think, we still have the Oxtongue Lake, we still have the tower, we still have the Stanhope Community Center.
Okay. Support for that? Yes, yes, yes. Councillor Short Reader, are you saying you're giving support, or you have something to say? You're giving support. Okay, so it's 12:34. How long would you like? Do you want a little bit extra time, 1/4 to come back and let some of this stuff digest? 12:15, or sorry, 1:15?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. We will break for lunch, and we'll see you at 1:15.
We are live, council.
Thank you. Welcome back. We are reconvened, and we are at tab number 44, Stanhope Parks. So I would look to council for any questions. Chris has already talked about the tennis court resurfacing and the amount there. Chris, what's the closure time going to be for that?
In what regard?
If you're gonna resurface the Stanhope tennis courts, how long will they be unavailable to the public?
That will depend entirely on which direction we want to take. I need to put out a request for proposal. The approaches on how we resurface are as varied as the companies who offer them. So one will beget the other.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Chris on Stanhope Parks? Okay, seeing none. Tab number 45 is the Oxtongue Lake Recreation Center. The playground structure might be the only question. We were kind of fishing around for some funding. Are we going to continue that, or what did we decide there? Have I forgotten something? Jeannie?
Actually, I just need you to go back to Stanhope Parks.
Okay.
One item that I need to advise council on is under capital for other parks. That's where the zero-turn mower is housed. When we originally spoke of the mower, it was going to be a shared cost expense and funding with roads department. But we since decided it would just be under other parks because it's really just a lawnmower for cutting grass more so than anything. So it's not a piece of equipment that roads would put in use. But in doing that, we neglected to put the other half of the cost. So the $10,000, it's a $20,000 machine right from the get-go. We knew that. 10,000 coming from roads, 10 from other parks, all being funded from reserves. So instead of it being housed in two places now, it will all be housed in parks, other parks at 20,000 under capital expenditure, but all be funded from reserves from the equipment reserve. So it's a net, no change to the budget. Bottom line, but the numbers will be reflected as such, just so you're aware.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Anything further on that from anybody? 45 Oxtongue Lake Community Center. I had asked about the playground structure and funding, and I can't remember where we landed on that.
Right, so last year we had brought this forward to council, and council had asked that we watch for opportunities for grants to come available to fund the replacement of the swing set that was in place. Council will see in a report tomorrow a recommendation to apply for a fund for that swing set with a March 3rd deadline.
Okay, well, fingers crossed then for that. And if that funding isn't successful, then will we go ahead and just fund the structure ourselves, or would we wait again? Or is that for tomorrow's conversation?
It'd be entirely up to you. My thought would be absolutely, if we're denied, the discussion then needs to be had around whether or not we want to continue to go for funding or fund it ourselves.
But you've got it in the budget. Yeah. Yeah,
I'm sorry. We had this was very much a place marker because we had this there last year, and I did want to have it in there just to remind council of that conversation. And since we put this budget together, this grant has become available. But essentially, I was hoping to have that same conversation again right now. But I think it'd be better had tomorrow with the report.
Yeah, because we'll see the report in the morning, and then we pick up budget discussions in the afternoon, so that can circle back on itself. Okay. Other questions for Chris on Oxtongue Lake, excuse me, Community Center? Councillor Dayu.
Thank you. In previous meetings, when we've discussed furnace replacements, we've talked about looking for alternate systems that don't rely on fossil fuels. Do you have a sense, Chris, yet, or maybe the Public Works staff would, about if we've made progress on that for this purchase? Is that going to be possible this time around?
This is a project that does fall under operations manager to oversee. I refer to Angie or Jean whether or not they know if anything's moved on that.
Jeannie's saying she doesn't anything, Angie. So maybe we can ask that go back to see what's possible there. Jeannie?
I just wondered if we wanted to bring Adam in, because he speaks to the maintenance of the buildings, and I mean, we've kind of gone through them, but in case any other questions come around, Adam may be able to speak to them.
Yeah, we can bring Adam in if he's still lurking in the background somewhere. I suppose he's not lurking. No one's lurking. Hi, Adam. Did you hear the question?
Yes, I did.
And do you have any insight for Councillor Dayu on that?
Yeah, as of right now, we don't have any alternate efficiency updates for furnaces at this time. Propane seems to be the most efficient item that we can put into our buildings. So we would go with a propane furnace for this purchase and for the fire hall.
Councillor Dayu?
Okay, that's a good update. I wonder if we could circle the wagons just one more time. And I don't say that out of any lack of trust of the township's intention to look for those alternative fuel or heating systems. But I know in domestic structures, it is possible. You end up paying more upfront for a system and then pay pennies on the dollar for heating later on. And with fuel prices being what they are, that could result in considerable savings going forward. I wonder if maybe our climate change folk elsewhere in the county would have something to say. But I think, speaking for myself, I think that is a sufficient enough priority, a big enough priority to start to switch out these systems off of fossil fuel that I hope we could take one more kick at the can before making a final call on that.
I mean, yeah, I think we've made the commitment to look for these alternatives and efficiencies. I know zero about this topic, so I would defer to other members of council and staff to provide some direction there. But I think it would put us in line with the commitments we've made to date. I have nothing else to offer because I don't know anything about them. So what would council like to do? Would council like to ensure that alternatives are at least looked at, or how would you like to approach that? I'm not sure how to approach that. I'm going to go to Deputy Liz and then back to the CAO.
I think it's worthwhile looking at alternatives. I know that we're short-staffed in right now, and that might be a bit of a challenge. I guess I would ask a question about the condition of the existing furnace. It needs to be replaced, but is it unsafe?
Yeah, that's a good question. Is it a replacement next week or by the end of the year to capture it in this budget cycle? Can somebody answer that? Adam, do you know that?
So the furnace replacement at the fire hall, I believe, was scheduled last year and then was put on hold. And the thought process was that, yeah, it would get us through another year, possibly more. But if it fails, then it's one of those we'd have to replace it immediately. We could fall back on that same scenario for the Oxon Community Center as well. Now, one thing we do need to keep in mind when we start thinking about heating sources in these buildings and looking for alternate, regardless of its a fossil fuel, electric, solar, we need to make sure we're looking at commercial uses, not residential uses. That is a key factor that plays into a lot of these scenarios. And definitely, like Jennifer said, if we look at, say, an option like a solar, we're definitely going to be a much higher increased cost up front. And then we would need to take into consideration the long-term maintenance pushed against a furnace propane fuel source, provider, somebody that needs to come up and service the equipment, or an emergency call, where's the closest solar technician. Just some food for thought to throw that out there as well.
Yeah, I think Jen's going to weigh in here. I don't know that solar was necessarily the option she was thinking of, but I'm just going to go to Angie first because she may have something to offer before we get back to Jen.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, as we've been replacing our furnaces, we've switched from, furnace oil to propane, which has proven to be much, much, much more energy efficient. And I know that when we built onto the township office, because we do have heat source at the old part of the office, we did look into expanding that, and it was cost prohibitive at that time. So, I mean, certainly there's new technology and all those things, so we could look into it. That's not a problem, but just wanted to remind council of those things.
Yeah, and I think that's good information. So, and back to you, Jen, but can we say that notwithstanding any urgency for this particular furnace, the commitment has been previously made for the fire hall one, that we can have a look. We don't have somebody in the position right now to have a look, but if the furnace isn't on its last legs, then we've got almost a year to consider some other ideas that could be looked at. Would that work? Jen saying yes. I'm going to go back to Adam and then back up to Liz.
So just some more thought process in this as well is that if this is added into our budget for the 2020 season, we do have the staff, in the sense, the maintenance coordinator. The maintenance coordinator could easily take this on as looking for an alternate source and comparing numbers. This isn't something that a manager per se would have to do. And between Angie and myself, and the coordinators, we've all been working really well together to try and ensure things move forward. So I don't see this being a project of huge undertaking, more than just it's something that we could ask the coordinator to look into and provide feedback. And then, if it's a slam dunk that an alternate source is just going to be out of the question, well, then we maybe have to come back to council and say we've looked at these options and this is the best route of action for us to take. But we can definitely get our coordinator in on that.
Well, that sounds like the solution. Let's do that. Liz?
I just want to go back to your notwithstanding the fire hall furnace. Would we be doing it for both? If it was deemed that we could, that there was a little bit of leeway there?
Either one of them is going to answer, I think. I'll give it to Angie and then back to Adam.
Just to clarify, the fire hall at the Dorset fire hall furnace was replaced in December, and it was replaced to propane. That was in last year's budget, so it was done.
What about 80? Weren't we doing the new furnace at 80? Or is that done? Is that an old project and I've just become the old person?
I'd have to look back at that. I'm not sure.
Okay, so we still have a lot of stuff to discuss. Can we land on that for the purposes of whatever furnaces are outstanding at the moment that are contained in the budget, that the maintenance coordinator and whomever will undertake a little review and bring some options back. However, I think we could probably agree that if the furnace at Oxton Community Center was gasping its last breath, that we would be satisfied with propane if that's where we had to go in emergency. Would that sum that conversation up? Great. Okay, thanks for asking that, Councillor Dayu. It is important to remind ourselves of those commitments that we've made. Liz?
Just one point about propane. When I hear the word propane, I've seen in a number of cost centers where propane is budgeted. I'm just worried about us sufficiently covering the cost of the increased cost of fuels, including propane, because I understand propane's gone up considerably in the last little while, and I doubt that it's going to come right back down.
Yeah, absolutely. The cost of fuel right across the board, you're right, are kind of through the roof and climbing. Adam, what say ye?
Just to further that, you're right. The cost across the board for fuel, regardless of what it is, definitely gone up. But one benefit we do have is that we do joint tender with the county. That has been a great initiative that we put into place a couple of years ago. And actually, that will be another project that's coming up very shortly, actually, to get the numbers put together for the county to go back out with them. And we did really, really well on our last tender with them. So you're right. I would expect that fuel costs will go up in that tender, but we do get a really good savings joining in on that. Just some food for thought.
And so I guess the question then is do we think we've budgeted enough across fuel in the entire budget, is Liz's question, to accommodate the anticipated increase over the year in fuel? And is that a parking lot thing? Do we need to make sure we circle back on that? I'm going to take that as, I'm just going to say yes on that because we don't know. Jeannie?
I think that we've probably budgeted sufficiently. Just for example, ox tongue under heating, we budgeted 2 last year. We came in at 1,400. Now the building obviously wasn't open, so that does factor in. But we have budgeted another, like the 2 as well this year. So I think that those kind of things were taken into effect, but we can certainly take a look before we finalize.
Yeah, I think that's the prudent thing to do. Just because cost, I mean, you know how much it costs to fill your vehicle right now. And so those costs are going up. So thank you for raising that. Okay, anything else for Ox Tongue Lake? We've covered the furnace. Good to go there. Liz? You're on mute again.
I know that you're going to be talking about this tomorrow, and I just wanted to comment on it now about the playground. You know, I see some fairly substantial increases across the board for parks and recreation. And my initial thought was, we were looking for funding for that. Should we continue to look for funding or should we budget it? But I had a little bit of a reminder in the last day or two about the need for outdoor activities. And that, you know, as I spoke earlier about, you know, the need for people to be able to get out and do things, and that works for kids too. So I guess I'm supportive of the playground no matter how it's funded.
Okay, thank you for that. Jeannie?
Just to be wary we have funded the playground in this budget, but should we get the grant money, then we won't take from reserves. But at this time, it's a no cost to the budget, and there is the reserves in place for it. So, you know, it is there, it's not costing us anything. And if the money comes through in a grant purpose, then we obviously wouldn't take from the reserve.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Gone for Ox Tongue Lake Community Center. One final call. Tab 46 is parquet. Fairly simple there. Thoughts, questions, comments?
I'm sorry, I do have one more question about Ox Tongue Lake. Have we moved the vault privy? We have. Okay, good. Thanks.
Yep.
Okay, 46, parquet. Anything else? Anything? Parquet, 46. Anything that needs to be talked about there? I mean, it is what it is. 47, Stanhope Rink. I think today and tomorrow's weather might put a dent in the rinks, but Councillor Barry, go ahead.
I'm just wondering, I know at one time we discussed possibility of picnic tables or anything. Is that something that's there for putting on skates and that type of thing? I've been over there a few times and there's been some struggles with some putting skates on the ground, if that's an interest or something. I thought we discussed that last year and I just wondered if that's an intent or something we could consider.
Chris?
Yeah, we do place a picnic table now outside of the gate, and we've put down some rubberized, the same kind of stuff they have in an arena for an area to put your skates on. Unless it's been removed for some reason outside of what I'm aware of, it should be there.
Okay, maybe Lisa, next time you're over there with the kids, you can do a little recon, or staff can check. I mean,
I can look and I can make sure.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Pretty easily.
We just got our skates sharpened and our plan was to go and then we see the rain, but I just wanted to make sure that, as other parents have asked as well, so just wondering.
Adam's going to answer the question.
Yeah, it's still there. The rubber mats are there to help you climb up into the skating rink, and then the picnic table is still in the outside of the rink area for people to sit and put their skates on.
Excellent. Any other questions on Stanhope Rink? Stanhope Firefighters Community Hall, and I don't know, Adam, if you need to stay with us, but I suppose you're welcome to if you want, but we are at Firefighters Community Hall, which I guess. And I did ask about the fire department door paint, so that's taken care of. It doesn't live there. Anything from anybody about Lisa Berry?
I just, this is one question that Jeannie just said maybe I could ask Chris. Just in regards to the building and property repairs, you know, the item is $23,000 and there's a lot of things there. I wanted to know, what would the two largest items be on that list? Would it be the line painting and the cable replacement?
So I will refer to Adam for answering this one as well.
So some of the bigger purchases, and I do have it on my screen here, just so I'm looking away, so you understand why I'm looking away. Basically, one of the biggest purchases to be made there is potentially the commercial fridge. That was a scheduled purchase a couple of years ago that was deferred, so we've added that back in there. And that's roughly $5,000. Another purchase that is new is a toilet replacement. Typically the toilets, if you've ever used them at the community center, they just don't flush very well. And we've been researching and having people come in and take a look at why this is happening and what we can do to increase this water flow. Last year, the thought process was that we could increase the water flow by installing another pump. It turns out that wasn't a feasible option. So since then, the plumber has come back to us with a recommendation to switch out the toilets. These toilets have their own pump inside them that creates more pressure for flushing. It's been a consistent problem where we get called to the site because the toilet's plugged when really it's not. It just doesn't have enough pressure to flush it. So that's a increased cost as well. It's a lot of little things really that add up to that number. We have the outside fill tap, which is for like water bottles at the back of the building. We have a outside fill tap for public water at the front of the building. There is the line painting. Now the line painting does take up a good portion of it, and it captures the line painting that we do throughout the entire municipality, and it just lands in this cost center. But the other cost centers, you'll see line painting, and it gets put into here.
Well, I want to go back to Lisa and say, Lisa, what were you looking for in asking that question? Are you looking for some of those projects to be reconsidered, or why did you ask the question? Let's start with that.
Well, my first reason for asking was, I remember that we had line painting on about 4 years of budgets that never happened because it was so expensive. And I seem to remember that the line painting had been done. So my thought was, did it not get complete? Does it need to be in there? Is the lines that have been painted enough? If that's one of the heavier items in the budget, if that was necessary, that's sort of where I came from.
So Adam just said the line painting is all the line. We don't have a lot of lines in the township, but they all live here for whatever reason. So what lines are getting painted, I guess, is Lisa's question.
Yes. So last year, line painting was put into the budget as it was recommended by the contractor that originally put down the lines, was that when you first paint your lines, you should redo them the following year and then every other year after that. But this past year, it was not completed. So we're adding it again this year to try and get caught back up. So now if we do it in 2022, we won't do it again until 2024. Now, the reasoning for why it sits in the community center, that was back when Tammy was here, and the decision was that we would put it under one cost center rather than having it spread over 6 different ones. Although you see it in there, it was best decided to put it under one.
Rather than smaller amounts all over the place.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know if that answers your question, Lisa, but I guess I'm asking, are you looking for something to be removed from here? Do you think $23,800 is too much for these items in a community center? I'm looking for some clarity here. I feel like I'm losing my focus already.
No, that's fine. It seemed like an awfully large number, and I just wanted to have a bit of a breakdown. That was the one question that I had that I didn't feel needed to make a phone call, and I thought I could ask it at the meeting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can ask anything in a meeting, that's for sure. Okay, so then are you okay with those projects and that amount? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry, you're in you're backlit, so you're a bit shadowed for me. Oh, there you are. Okay, then is there anything else under the Firefighters Community Center that anybody wants to talk about? Lisa Berry.
The last thing I had is it the intention that the farmers market will continue there this year, and is there a financial implication on that?
I would assume they're coming. They sent a note saying they wanted to look forward to being back. I think, Chris, is that farmers market to you, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And I have not heard anything to the contrary. So I suspect that they'll be back, and no, it doesn't have any cost implications to us. They run their own operation entirely.
All right. Anything else in Stanhope Firefighters Community Center? Okay, then we will move on to the Dorset Rink. And if you'll just excuse me for a moment, I just feel like I need to put a light on in here so I can see. So just excuse me for just a moment. There we are. I think that that weather system must be moving in. It's gotten very dark in my office compared to this morning when it was blinding sun. Okay, Dorset Rink. Any questions for Chris on Dorset Rink? Lisa Berry.
Just the increase in equipment rental.
Yeah, this is reflective of how much time that the personnel spend there. And it's based on what we've been seeing for averages over the past couple of, or 2 to 3 seasons, keeping in mind that we have an additional maintenance person being the maintenance coordinator, but we've also been better able to divide our staff resources between the various areas. So where previously the model was that we had one staff member there, we now have a team that goes to each location. So it's really reflective of the past few years average, and also that we're able to maintain a higher service standard there now. But those aren't new dollars in the levy, though. That's essentially if the crew is using equipment there, that's to say they wouldn't be using it elsewhere. Can
I interject for a second? The clerk is raising her hand. We seem to have lost our CAO.
Yes, I was just going to let council know we've lost Nancy.
So if you just want to hang on for a second while we see if Madam CAO can find her way back to us. Oh, there she is. welcome back.
Sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
You just went away.
I did, yeah.
All right, so Chris, I think has provided that answer. Councillor Barry, are you okay with that? Okay, so anything else for Dorset Rink? And I believe, and I'm sure that the joint reserve contributions will be part of the discussion that Lake Bays would like to. It's mainly around Parks, Rec and Trail, so I think that will probably be included there. Next up then is Stanhope Library. Are there any questions there? This the building and property repair seems to be the longest project known to man, but we're getting there. Are there any questions, thoughts on the budget for Stanhope Library? Okay, great. Dorset Tower is next, tab number 51. And again, looking for any questions or clarifications required from council. We're on a streak. Okay, then we'll keep moving. Walking trails, number 52, tab number 52 is next. Any questions there? Anybody? Okay. Culture and heritage is next. And this is the virtual project, not the cultural plan, I believe. So this is just the money that's for the, I think it's the web hosting for the virtual, for the online mapping project, I believe. It's $900.
Yeah. So it's just the standard 900 again.
54 docks and landings. And I guess I'm going to ask a question I think I asked before, and I'm not sure that I'm going to circle back and see if I can confirm via my email file of that Lake Bays contribution, because I'm pretty sure I asked for them to consider it. So we've had quite a chat about a number of these things. Is there anything else that anybody wants to ask? Councillor Shortreed.
I just want to know if we can put in the parking lot an increase to reserves for that, just because it's getting low and we have lots and lots of docks and landings that desperately need help.
Yeah, we can circle back and talk about anything really. And I'm not the only person that wrote that down, so we can circle back on that. Anything else on docks and landings? Okay, and that is 54, 55. Oh, I think that's the end of you. I don't really mean that, Chris. I said we were knocking you off at the front end, and now I've said it's the end of you, and it's not what I mean. Anything further to ask Chris about his entire portfolio at this juncture? Lisa Berry.
Yeah, just I think it was maybe our last council meeting or possibly the meeting before that, there was some discussion or just around signage in regards to property, people trespassing on property when they're doing trails. Is there money captured within the budget that will cover some of that? Or is that just ongoing signage needs?
I'm not proposing anything specific for that. No, so there's nothing in the budget specific to private property relative to trails.
Yeah, I think that are you referring to us providing signage that going beyond a certain point is private property? Because I don't think we would do that. That would be up to the private property owner. Can you clarify a bit? I remember the conversation, Lisa, but can you clarify a bit on that?
Yeah, I've heard a little bit about it from up in Oxtongue, and I've also heard a little bit about it near the James Cooper lookout. Just people maybe not even doing it on purpose, but just like I know in some of the ski trail situations, it's just not even a sign with words, but just like little dots that say "stay this way," that type of thing. I do think that it's good for the property owner to do that, but I think it's mutual benefit for everyone to communicate which direction people should stay clear of or head towards. Those were just some of the considerations I thought we talked about.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
So there are places where we do have signage about that on a couple of trails that I've been aware that have historically had issues. The Ox Tongue situation on Beetle Lake Trail is in spite of the signage, and unfortunately, the property owner there has made the decision to limit access there in the winter time. And in discussions with him, people are not only disregarding the signage, but knowingly arguing specifically against it. When you were talking about the James Cooper Trail, I haven't been made aware of any issues there. And certainly if any council members get any information to the contrary, I'd be happy to see that, review it, and see whether or not there's a need for something. Yeah.
And probably it would be minimal enough to be included, to be captured in the existing budgets.
Yeah, typically what we've done in the past where we've had spots is a simple, this is private property, respect private property boundaries and signage, and very simple kind of $20-$30 sign.
Lisa?
Are any of the trail maps being updated? Do people still use physical maps, or is everything digital now? I think a lot more people are looking for creative ways to be outside and safe places where they can do that.
Yeah, and through you, Mayor, they exist in both ways. People can access them online. There's a number of user-generated apps that people put things like that on entirely of their own accord. But from our standpoint, we have our trails in digital format on the Ontario Trails Council websites, a number of other opportunities that we've had over the years, and then people can access them digitally from our website from any type of device. And then we do provide the paper copies, the booklets at each trailhead. I don't have anything planned this year for updating any of those things.
Yeah, and that could be something to consider. Just keep in mind going forward when those are up for updating is if we need to, just put a different reminder on those maps.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that concludes your portfolio, Chris. I'll circle back on that. And is there anything else for Parks, Rec and Trails at the moment? Of course, staff will be around tomorrow afternoon. We resume, so we can always check back. Okay, Chris, thank you very much for all your effort. And we will move into Public Works.
Thank you.
Thank you, which is the blue tab under Transportation. That's where it starts. And Adam's already here on the screen. And once again, Adam, thank you for sitting in to assist getting us through this. We appreciate it. Do you want to take us through the highlights?
Of course. So we'll start with the airport. Again, completing the line painting, the ongoing address drainage concerns and repaving. The complete crack sealing, that wasn't completely finished this year, so it's just an extension to finish off the runway. We would like to take a look at optimizing the terminal main floor building design for possible future funding. And then just staff training. On with building and maintenance. A lot of this is kind of overlap because we just kind of talked about some of that with Chris, but
if you don't mind, Adam, I'm just going to interrupt you there because you've got quite a number of headings, and I saw Liz's hand pop up there. So maybe in this particular section, we'll go by section. So Liz, you've got a question about something under airport there? You're on mute.
I'm just wondering about the looking at the reconfiguration of the main floor of the terminal building. So the idea is to put an accessible washroom on the main floor?
Yes, through you, Mary. it's definitely been a project that we've been looking at in the past. I've had that privilege for the past couple of years of being thinking about that and trying to work on ideas. And as we move forward with this building, it's definitely something that is needed as an accessible bathroom. We put accessible deck. We've put other items on the building that allows for that. So now we need to start looking at the building. In order to put in an accessible bathroom, as we've seen in other buildings within the township, this is a pretty extensive project with a high cost value. So I think the best idea for us with the terminal building is to look at the building as a whole. Ideally, we could walk in and take a look at the layout as it is and maybe pick a good spot for a bathroom. But, I think with this building being a building that's going to be there for a number of years, we should look at the building in its entirety and see what we can do with it to optimize the space. Once upon a time, there was that big kitchen in the building that's no longer required. Maybe we can downsize that kitchen and optimize a little bit more room here and there. And I think if we're going to the extent of an accessible bathroom, which would mean pulling up flooring and stripping drywall and electrical, maybe it's worth looking at the project, all over. And whether this project takes off this year or not is anyone's guess at this point, but it would have a shovel ready for any kind of project, any kind of funding opportunity that comes along, whether that be accessibility funding or something else. I think this would be a great opportunity for us to have it ready. Council has approved the layout, council has approved what it's going to look like, and something comes along, we can just quickly pull the trigger and away we go.
Yeah, and don't we need to remember too that I think if it hasn't changed, that the accessibility, the AODA requirements for built facility is 2025 for the deadline. Is that still accurate? And so we need to be looking at a number of buildings and the requirements for accessibility across the board. And so I think that's a very good point. And Adam, it's interesting, I never would have thought of that before, but you're right, the kitchen now seems very old fashioned, where you could probably just do like a bit of almost like a hotel lobby breakfast bar with a sink in it. Like there's just different ways to use that space. So I think that's a terrific idea to just, reconfigure the entire space if possible, and have it ready. But notwithstanding that this is a great idea, we do need to be considerate of those accessibility requirements on all buildings across the board. So that includes sort of Oxtongue Lake Community Center and the Stanhope Museum, and there's more places that need to be addressed by 2025. Angie?
Just if that discussion was completed, I just wanted to add to the airport highlights is one thing that's missing is, and we overlooked it, was council had directed to update the airport development plan. So that will need to be added to that. Our apologies for that.
Yeah, thank you. And we did mention that in the intro. Liz mentioned it too. So Liz did mention it. Okay. Anything else under that airport section for now? Because we're only just at the highlights and we'll go through tab by tab so we can circle back on anything else. Adam?
Just to follow up with that is on the accessibility is that, again, this might not be the project that goes forward in this year or next year, but I think in the experience that I have with this is that if this is not a very large cost to have an engineering firm come in and look at this. It does give council a good eye on when a program does come along, that this program or this project already has a cost associated with it. So then they have a quicker timeline, because we know how these come in. They come in on a Friday afternoon and deadlines for Tuesday midday. So, this would give us that great opportunity to add it to the mix of all the other accessibility programs that we may have in play already.
But if we know, so then I would ask, to me, the logical next question is, if we know that there are AODA built facility requirements by 2025, and you're going to have somebody come in to assess the terminal building, why wouldn't we have somebody come in and assess the remaining facilities that need upgrading to meet the requirements And then we've got more than one project on which we could pull the trigger should any funding in those sectors come available. Because sometimes there's heritage money. So instead of relying specifically on, a bit of a pent up capital demand on accessibility projects, something might fit under something else. Recreation, Oxton Lake Community Center, recreation, Stanhope Museum, heritage. I know that adds costs when we're probably not looking to add costs, but just wondering if that's an idea to, be able to pull the trigger on more than one plan by getting those assessments done together at the front end. Looking for thoughts on something like that instead of going out each time. So next year's 2023 and the year after that is 2024. So is it going to be the airport terminal building this year and then the Oxton Lake Community Center assessment next year and the Stanhope Museum the year after, and they all have to be done by 2025? So looking for some efficiencies there. It's a question. Somebody needs to say something. Councillor Dayu.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously I can't answer technically, but I certainly appreciate the idea in principle. I imagine there would certainly be efficiencies there, and perhaps would go so far to say as there may be efficiencies found in a rollout that combines those projects as well. Purchasing greater amounts of something or contracting something. So, who knows in the implementation phase if there would be efficiencies because we've come up with the an efficient plan from the get-go. So yeah, I would certainly want to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should at least look at it, and maybe we're too close to budget time. Maybe we should have talked about this at projects and priorities, talk about dropping the bomb, but it suddenly just made sense that there's more than one place that needs to meet the AODA requirements by a required deadline. So NG Bird.
I'm wondering if you're looking for an assessment on the buildings, because I think, Adam, you're talking about a design, a reconfigure design. So to me, that's different than an assessment.
I mean, design. Someone's going to have to design. I don't know if heritage buildings are exempt. Is the Oxton Lake Community Center as a former schoolhouse, is it exempt? Does it depend on the age? Same with the Stanhope Museum. Someone's going to have to tell us how to make them accessible. So if someone's going to tell us how to make the terminal building accessible, it only stands to reason that we would have someone tell us how to make the remaining inaccessible facilities accessible. So I use the word assessment, but I think, somebody's got to come in and tell us how to do that. Maybe, if it's engineers, it's engineers. I don't know. Adam?
So I think from this discussion, the main the main idea of what I was looking at for this terminal building was to incorporate not just only the accessibility to the building, and because of the size of the building and the amount of work that would be involved with the building, adding a little bit extra to redesign that main floor was kind of the route I was going with. Now, after listening to this conversation, I think that you have an opportunity here that we could go out and do an assessment, as what Angie brought up, that's not so much a design for each building, but more of an accessibility design for each building. So in essence, we're not going to look at the Dorset Museum. I'm going to use that as an example. We're not going to look at the Dorset Museum as a redesign of the building for efficiency and accessibility, but rather we're going to look at where we're not meeting accessible needs and then assess moving forward in that building. Whether that is, as an example, we have to change the doors and make them wider. Maybe that's the only design or the only assessment that's needed for that building to meet accessibility. Where the airport, I'm looking at, like, we need to change the doors. We'll need to put in new walls. We'll need to change the flooring, things of that nature to capture the whole project. But I think, like I said, what you're looking at is more accessibility for each building, and we could get someone to come in and do an assessment for accessibility.
That's kind of, you can tell I'm a little frustrated, but that's what I'm trying to say is we have requirements, provincial requirements to make our buildings accessible in 3 years' time. We have more than one building that is not accessible right now. It does not make sense to do one and then think of the next two next year. So it may be that we could do, and let's go back to the word assessment, and have someone who's going to say, oh, you know, to make that accessible, you're going to have to do A, B, and C. And maybe then when there's accessibility money, it's not for a project in one place, it's for push bars, it's for a ramp, it's for an extra hand railing across a number of buildings. So you could, it's just bigger picture thinking as opposed to one building 1 year. Lisa Berry.
Sorry for the silence, but I thought that this had been done. Is this not something that have we identified all the projects to date, or have these projects not come out of an accessibility study?
Well, there's an accessibility plan, so that would have to be consulted. Yeah.
Okay.
But we did the new deck and the ramp to the airport building, but if you are disabled or have needs inside the building, you can't get in it at the airport. So there's more than one thing around that needs doing. And what I'm saying is there are certain aspects of the accessibility plan deficits, which I think we're pretty up to date on them, that are folded into annual work plans. But the built facility aspect of the act is separate, and we have to have accessible buildings by in 2 years' time. I'm going to go, I think Angie had her hand up, and then I'm going to go back to Adam.
I was just going to say that Council Berry is correct in that years ago, when the Accessibility Act first came out, the county, on behalf of all the municipalities, hired someone to do an accessibility audit, and there was a report around that. I suspect that would need to be updated, so it would make sense for us to update it on our own.
So, for example, the county-wide accessibility plan, we've talked about it, Liz, at the library board, that, and we laugh, even though it's not funny, but that there's been, handles on the Dysart Library washroom doors that haven't been done for years. There was just a bit of a gap in addressing some of that, but that's the plan. So the accessibility plan says you need to have a handle here, and you need to have this there, and a number of years ago, under the accessibility plan, we had to have handles in the porta potties at the landfills, if anyone remembers that. And so I think that was implemented. That's different than having to make an entire building. Like there's a big difference between cutting a door in a heritage building. So the Stanhope Museum is currently, you have to step upstairs, and it's very close in there. Someone's going to have to say, in order to make this building accessible, you have to do these things. And it's not going to be a handle and a button. It's going to be cutting out a door. And are there any is there a relaxation of those requirements in heritage buildings? I don't know. Someone has to tell us all this. I'm sorry, I don't know unless I'm talking in a different language. I just see this as so easy. Let's get someone to tell us how we need to make our buildings accessible so that when 2025 comes, we're either done or partway there. Can somebody please help me out, Liz?
I think a good start is the county's accessibility plan, which did identify everything that we needed to do in Algonquin Highlands. But there's likely some updating and renewals that's required as part of that. So I'm not sure how that would work. Would we have to get a consultant to do that?
I don't know. I guess that's what I'm looking for. Adam?
So then to follow up on all of your discussion here, what I'm taking in here is that, so what if we were to put together a plan that will review the accessibility plan? We'll reach out to the county and see if we can get our hands on that plan. And then we can reach out to a company that would be able to come in and provide an estimate on looking at all of our buildings with all the plans that we already have in place. And then basically we would come back to council with a report that shows this is what this company is willing or is going to be doing. And they will look at all 32 buildings. They will take in all the plans that we have in our arsenal that we can hand them and say, can you please look at these? Can you please provide us with a report per each building where we are, where we need to be by this year and how we get there with some costing? Because I think that would be really difficult to try and throw costing this late in the game under each cost center, not knowing what it could essentially cost. But maybe if we come back with some pricing to be able to say, this is what this engineering firm has recommended, then council could have that discussion with a cost associated.
So I don't think we need to have someone go and do 32 buildings, because most of our the township, main township office, it's accessible, done deal. We need to look at the accessibility plan, yes. And then we need to look at, I'm talking specifically about buildings that currently do not meet the AODA requirements for access. That's all I'm talking about. Because as I understand it, the fixes and repairs that are required under the county's plan are, and I just tried to look it up, but I got a funeral home instead because I didn't get far enough in my Google search, is that it's more about, you know, as I say, handrails and buttons and ramps and whatnot. You know, there was a push door on the Stanhope Museum and those and things of that ilk. We seem to address them in Algonquin Highlands fairly well through regular operational plans year to year. I'm looking specifically for buildings that are going to require some sort of redesign, which may include engineering. If there's going to be, you know, structural integrity being compromised to make a bigger door or provide a ramp or a secondary, you know, means of egress. Talking about buildings, not buttons and push bars. Liz?
Yeah, the only problem is that the work required to buildings includes buttons and push bars. You know, it's like having a mini asset management plan, except it's an accessibility management plan to see where we're at with those recommended improvements that we needed to make and what we've got left to do. Right or wrong?
Yes, I'm sorry, I must be speaking in a foreign language. I apologize if I'm not, or maybe I'm just out in left field. Adam wants to hire someone to redesign the terminal building. We have other buildings that need work. So can we maybe not put money to redesign one building in particular, pull back and have a look at the remaining buildings that are inaccessible and work from there? That's what I'm looking for, is it's yes, if you want to say no, because we've got a lot of stuff to talk about, but it doesn't make sense to me that we would spend a lot of money on one building when we have other buildings that also need to be looked at. And then we could, as Adam said, if you do the work to do a plan for the terminal building, you'd be ready to pull the trigger. And I'm saying if we did a lesser plan or a lesser review of all the buildings that are currently inaccessible, we might, although I couldn't say for sure, we might have an opportunity to take advantage of other funding opportunities in other pots of money from other ministries, such as recreation and heritage, should they arrive. That's kind of where I'm at. Councillor Dayu.
I believe I've understood you from the beginning and absolutely agree still with your idea. I also think that if we only look at a few buildings, the most egregious offenders when it comes to accessibility with this, then the findings of that would just be built into an accessibility management plan that might be developed or renewed at a later date. So I don't think we need to take on the whole hog. When we can just do this part of it and then you know, build on from there. I do have a small concern about, there is a small risk of putting the cart before the horse on a building redesign for the terminal building. I know that historically we have looked at the airport development plan as distinct from the airport proper and the airport terminal. I don't know necessarily what the rationale has been to completely remove those two. I'm somewhat fearful that if we put together a building design plan now and hit the go button on that we might lose opportunities to integrate how the terminal building might coordinate with the airport design plan down the track. That would be my concern.
Yeah, I can see that, because we haven't, back to Liz's original point, is we need to look at what the development plan might say for us, and not that we're going to run off and throw all kinds of money at it, but the development plan could say you need a new terminal building and you need to do this differently, to invest differently and find better ways to run that place. But that, when we had our day-long big picture discussion, we had a robust discussion on the airport. So I take your comments well, that we may need to look at the even bigger picture there, for sure. Liz, I saw your hand, I think.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, I do see operations, sort of general airport operations as being separate from the thinking that we've had so far with the airport development project. I'm just kind of thinking about the washrooms in the terminal building. I don't know if any of you have been to the washrooms in the terminal building, but they're down a flight of stairs and they're both very like skinny, narrow. Oh my God, you might not even want to go in there, washrooms. Never mind being able to get to them before you can get into them. So they're a rather extraordinary issue of accessibility.
Yeah, there's no question. I think we've been talking about that for quite some time. So all good points. I think I saw someone else's hand. Adam, did you? No, Lisa Berry, there it is. Sorry to mix you up with Adam. You're not wearing a tie.
I think that's maybe part of the blank stares is I think we support the idea of updating our accessibility, but that doesn't solve the issue with what do we do with the bathroom at the airport. If we're going to put money into a bathroom, it makes more sense that it's probably not in the basement.
Yes, and we have 3 years to do it. And so we're running into sort of parallel precipices. Liz?
Well, and that's what came to mind, when Councillor Dayu was talking about, we can take a look at it and down the road maybe do something about it. But we are getting into a bit of a time crunch when it comes to making accessibility improvements. And in the meantime, we need to figure out or find out how those improvements or requirements relate to our any heritage buildings that we've got.
Councillor Dayu.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I agree there. And I think that for me is added incentive to get the study for the airport development done sooner rather than later, so that we can get all of these ducks in a row and get it done. And if there is something, clearly there is something to be done at the airport in the next 3 years. So if we can get that airport's development study complete, then at least we'll have a fuller picture of what that might be.
Okay, so the airport plan will cover some of that. And I think we've pulled back to that even bigger picture there, that we maybe not look at that building and its imminent needs in isolation, but in actually, in fact, the macro picture. So looking for thoughts on broadening the optimization of building space to include other buildings that need to meet certain requirements in 3 years. That's what I'm looking for. Liz.
So we're talking about a consultant to look at outstanding accessibility needs.
I would think that our own staff, in terms of the building code, could provide much of that. I guess in my brain, I'm thinking somebody would go and look at the Stanhope Museum and say, well, it doesn't meet accessibility requirements in these 5 places, but that's a bearing wall, so you're going to have to get an engineer for that, because I can't do that. So we separate the wheat from the chaff there. Because I wouldn't want to just say, let's just hire a consultant to go out and do all that, because I think we can do some of it in-house with our own staff. It's a lot of it's building code requirements, and they're familiar with the accessibility requirements.
Now I'm looking to hear from Angie or Adam.
Adam.
You make a really good point. We do have the staff with the knowledge, but do we have staff with the time? We're already talking, and I mean, I'm listening to conversations and things like that where we're adding on to the bylaw and building, and we're looking at their building permits, and we're looking at how much increase they're getting. Do we have staff that have the time to assess the buildings that are required and put together some kind of a report that could come back to staff member or to council for further consideration? You know, and when I said about looking at all 32 buildings, I just meant that in general. I mean that staff could sit down, obviously, and go through what has been completed, because like you said, a couple of the buildings have already been completed and are up to date and wouldn't need that. So in general, staff could sit down, pinpoint which buildings are needed to be looked at, and then have that consultant go and look at those buildings and provide the information if that was the route that council chose. I would just be worried that if we're asking staff to do the actual building assessment for accessibility, are we asking them, you know, something that they might not be able to complete? That's all.
Thank you for that, Councillor Dayu.
As you said earlier, Mayor Moffat, we've sort of collectively created a bomb here. And I wonder, is this a moment that we should, how might we defer this so that staff can talk about it amongst themselves and inform this? Because it doesn't sound like it's something that we can resolve right now.
No, it's not. And I think we're just digging ourselves a deeper hole. So having quickly called up the multi-year joint accessibility plan, Algonquin Highlands has thankfully completed, in progress, completed, in progress. There are only a couple of places where work is not started. And I think that's where you start is look at the existing plan, the accessibility plan. But there's a difference between saying, hey, here's our commitment that is unmet in the accessibility plan, and then saying, and how are we going to fix it? So that's where I'm looking to, the plan exists. And so we know what isn't done, not started accessible documents. Now, I don't think this is really up to date, but we have a procurement policy that's done. A stand-up library, ramp, railing, entrance, built environment, it's in progress. We know that. You know, there's some Parks and Rec stuff. The Stanhope Museum isn't even on here. Oxton Lake Community Center is. So there aren't 40 buildings. There's only a couple. So I think it's a marriage of what's outstanding in the plan, and then determining. And I don't think, to Adam's point, I don't think it would be onerous for staff, because there aren't 40 buildings, 40 things outlined in the existing plan. Someone is going to be able to say, I can't help you with that because you need an engineer to shore up. You need to get Ted Rule in to put an LVL across that entranceway to support a wider door in that building. So there's a difference between those two things. So I do agree that it maybe needs to go back to staff to have a look at the plan and say, well, what does it look like? They've heard the conversation, and then maybe advise us directly on that. Angie?
That's what I'm thinking is, as I sit here and listen, I'd like to go back, because I know Dawn has been working on accessibility. Dawn does the reporting for us to the county on what we've done, and talk about where we're at, and put some heads together. We hear what council is saying around what that might look like, and bring it back and report, leave the money in the budget the way it is, and then bring it back for further discussion in a report.
Thank you for your clarity and succinctness. Help me with that. Yeah, that's exactly what I think what I would like to see happen, so that we don't put a whole bunch of money in one place and then go, gee, we should have thought of that 2 years ago when we did the thing. We've done the thing for the buildings that need the things done to them to meet the act. Phew. Okay, I think we got there. Councillor Dayu.
So just for my own clarity, did we land on whether we would go ahead with the build, sort of a floor plan redesign for the terminal, or whether we would wrap that into the airport development? Did we land? No pun intended.
No pun intended, indeed. I think we can ride the fence on that at the moment. If my 2:30 in the afternoon addled brain can say that, sounds like that will be one of the things that Angie, that staff will come back with. So we know we're doing the plant. We need to update the plan at the airport, and we know we need to review a sort of a layout design in the terminal. Those things could be connected, or the terminal layout and accessibility requirements under the Act could fall under and will fall under, and the report that staff will bring. The money's still in the budget, and there'll be a marriage there somewhere. But we won't know where that marriage is until we have the conversation from the report. But to Angie's point, leave the money in the budget so that we can then decide where to apply it for community-wide accessibility requirements as opposed to just in the terminal building. I guess I could have said that at the beginning. Maybe it would have made more sense. I don't know. Adam, did you have your hand up? No.
Yep, I'm making my notes here.
Okay, is everybody okay with that? I see some nodding heads, so we're gonna go there. That was a bit of a tangent, certainly on my part. Thank you for your understanding. Okay, you're on to buildings and maintenance.
Yeah, so on to the Stanhope Library, just completing that project, getting the lift put into it, and finishing the walkway. The Stanhope Community Center, as we talked about, the line painting, and then the outdoor water fill stations and some stonework on the front of the building. The Dorset Public Works garage on Quagama Lake Road. That one was brought forward about the insulation replacement. At this time, I feel it would be best to have an engineering firm come in and assess the building regarding the insulation and provide options as to how we can move forward with that project, replacing it with most efficient and energy saving and cost savings materials. The Stanhope Museum, just regular building maintenance, some electrical plug outlets, and a little discussion when we get into that as far as the windows. There was some talk about some the window replacement or possible window replacement. The Dorset Recreation Center, which we've already talked about, all that with Chris. The Station 70, that was discussed as well with the chief regarding the dehumidifier. And then the municipal office was discussed as well earlier with basement installation around the box joist, roof replacement, and lighting upgrades.
Any questions of Adam on those highlights? Deputy Liz.
Yes, I wanted to, and I forgive me, I'm not sure whether this is the right place to ask this question, but under the Stanhope Community Center, I just got a note about, I don't think we've talked about this, but I don't know that we've ever removed that sign out front of the building. I mean, it's just a structure. It just sits there. It's in the way. We're not using it. Can we remove that?
You mean that's not there, is it still? Drive by there all the time, Adam?
Sorry. Are you referring to the big metal sign that we put all the letters in for community events? Yes, so that sign was actually moved a couple of years ago, and it was actually tucked under. No, it's still there. It's still there, but it was tucked underneath the guide wire or the guide cables for the hydro pole, and it sits beside the red box for clothing. So it's actually out of the way, and it still gets utilized. Well, pre-COVID, it was being utilized. So it's still in place.
Okay, so it is still there.
But it's out. But it's out of the way. You're right. It's tucked under the hydro pole, the guy wire.
Yes, that's correct.
It just bugs me.
It can't bug you that much because you didn't notice that we moved it a couple of years ago.
Well, you know what? It's like somebody who's got a beard and they've had a beard for years, and all of a sudden it's gone, but you don't see it. You don't notice it.
Yeah, no, that's true. Anything else for Adam under buildings and maintenance? Okay, equipment.
So for equipment this year, we have the purchase of the 3/4 ton pickup truck, which was tendered out in 2021. It was approved, and we're just waiting for delivery on it due to this chip shortage. It's just been delayed. The purchase of a new 1/2 ton for public works maintenance. It's end of life replacement. It's something that we will also go in with Water Trails on, tender with them, purchasing trucks at the same time to make this project more efficient. Again, we'll be looking at the option for a gas hybrid, potentially electric. We'll have to see what's out there and available. Purchase for a brusher attachment. This will change the head that we currently have to a different style. This was brought up in earlier conversations with council about the style of brushing. So this
will be a kinder, gentler brushing process.
That's the idea. So Lyle looked into that when he was here, and I took that on after he had left and spoke with the same company that he was dealing with to come up with a plan based on the type of material, our roadways. I gave them all the information regarding what we do, and this is the best design, this head that they're offering. So that would go out to proposal for sure. We could reach out to a couple different companies that provide the same head for pricing. Also, this is a large equipment repairs. So we're looking at, you'll see this in the cost center, some larger repairs to painting of some of our tandem dump trucks, as well as increased cost on some of our equipment for repairs. New purchase this year, we're looking at a dual storage tank for liquid calcium. Our current setup right now is non-operational. We currently cannot use it. So we're looking at replacement of storage tanks. And then the last one on this list is a purchase of new AVL system for our plowing, sanding, and grading operations. This will help track plow up, plow down, how much sand we're putting on the road, how often we're grading, things of that nature. And that's it for equipment.
Any questions on equipment, Liz?
I suspect that all municipalities are looking at vehicle purchases. I mean, they're either in the budgeting process or just completed their budget. I'm wondering if we're making any effort to try and co-tender vehicles, if there's any equalities there. I know that can be a challenge, but if we can do that at all, it would be appreciated, especially given the challenges that everybody's having with the time it takes to get a replacement vehicle. It might help us, speed things up if we can order more vehicles at once.
Go ahead.
So the challenge here that we face, that most municipalities are facing currently, and even in my own personal purchase of vehicles, is the huge delays in getting these vehicles. So I have reached out to the county, and between the county and the 4 municipalities, we have conversed quite a bit in the past couple of weeks regarding purchases of vehicles this year. Actually, the county is spearheading a procurement plan where if the municipalities would like to join, we provide our information and we'll go in on joint tenders. In fact, I was even speaking to David this morning from Building and Bylaw about maybe having their SUVs added into this tender process as well, because exactly that, it looks attractive to a dealership when we're looking at 6 vehicles as opposed to 1. The downside that we're going to see, regardless of the size of tender, is availability. I know some of the municipalities that I've been speaking with is they're moving more towards a proposal for purchase of vehicle to try and get something that's maybe on the lot as opposed to something that has to be built. So currently we're looking at options and the best way to move forward to get us a vehicle.
Yeah, that's terrific.
Thank you.
Councillor Dayu.
Thank you. Adam, the mesh software that we've got, does that have no accommodation for the sort of needs that we've got for the new AVL, for plowing, sanding and grading? Does mesh not offer us anything for that?
So yes, Mesh does offer a GPS tracking. They offer a tracking system, which we actually already have a tracking system in place. We've had it now for a couple of years. What I'm proposing here is to go with a company that actually provides our current sanding system that are in all of our trucks. So our trucks are no longer just a lever, an on and off lever. They're a small computer inside the truck. Unfortunately, we don't have the technology behind that to track the information when the plow goes up, plow goes down. So yes, Mesh does have the ability to track our vehicles. They don't have the ability to track our system as far as tracking how much sand we put out on the ground, how much time the truck is on the ground when we have a plow down or a plow up, whether the truck went forwards or backwards, whether it used blast. There's all kinds of different options out there that we need to try and capture when we're out for legal reasons. If we get into any kind of lawsuit, this system, we can pull that information to say this truck was here, this truck was putting this amount of sand out, this truck had its plow and wing down. This also captures the small trucks that we have, the single axle 3 tons. This also captures the information from our grader as well for grading operations. So yes, Mesh does have the ability to do some of this, but not everything that we would be looking for. This system that I am looking at and going to bring forward in another report will be the very similar system that other municipalities within our county are currently using that I've had great success with, as well as they are also the provider and the service technicians that will come and service our sanding equipment currently. So even if we went to potentially another AVL provider, we still have to have this original company that put the system in do the maintenance on it. So we're kind of cutting out the outside sources and going direct to the server, to the original.
Councillor Dayu.
And with my apologies, I've done a quick search on the budget sheets to look for that line item, and I didn't see it. I'm sure it's there. Do you know, could you just tell me how much that is going to cost us, that system?
That's exactly what I was just looking for, was exactly that. I was going through the sheets to find it, and I didn't see it.
Of course. Let me just pull up my my spreadsheet here for this. So I have it in 3 different areas. So the annual costs, the annual cost for it is split up between sanding and plowing. So you'll see 2 areas there, and the annual cost for it divided between the 2 is $4,200. So in each cost center, it's $2,100. As far as the upfront cost, just see where I have it here. It is under capital expenditures right at the very bottom. So the AVL system annual, let's see here, the upfront cost is $40,000. And speaking with the treasurer, we would like to take that from mod funding.
Okay, that's great. That's a good explanation of that. Is that okay? Is that answering your question, Jen? Councillor Daly?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. It's one of those things where I could see how if we really need it, we're going to really, really need it. And if we're taken to court, for example, it could save us $100,000 in liability for something. And in the other times, we're just collecting data, and I don't really know what the application would be, but I trust that on the whole, this is a good investment for our township for sure. It feels like a lot of money to track how much we're sanding. That's all. But I appreciate that it comes well advised.
Yeah, go ahead, Adam.
And moving forward, if this is something that council does approve and we get it put in place, as we purchase vehicles, that cost will be added into the tender process when we purchase a vehicle as instead of an after, we get the truck and then we have to spend $5,000 or $6,000 per unit after the case. This would all be put in upfront, which would be a savings for us as well. Sorry, not so much a savings, but it would be instead of having a technician come to us is where we would see that savings. Not having them come to us, it would be installed right at the body build, if you will.
Okay, that all makes sense. Other questions on equipment highlights? We are then at personnel. Please continue, Mr. Thorne.
So personnel, I have added in here a increased staff roster to include additional staff, and then continued scheduled training that was missed out in the last couple of years due to not being able to do in-person training. So as things open up, hopefully we can get some in-person training put together and have a training company come up and get us back on track to what we were doing in the past. Now to go back onto the increased staff roster, just for background with council, is that for the past number of years now, don't quote me on this, but I'd say probably 8 years, we've hired a seasonal worker to join our roster in the summertime. This typically is early May or mid to early May till end of October, and it's worked out really well. Really helped us stay on top of our projects. You may remember last year we did discuss, and it was approved to keep on an extra staff member through the winter time. Last winter wasn't, it was kind of a trial period, if you will, where we had a staff member that was staying with us. We held them on for the winter. It worked out good. Unfortunately, I wasn't a part of that because I wasn't here. But this past winter, current system right now is we hired on a winter seasonal, and it's been great. The extra help has been very, very helpful to our staff. We've been able to put in place a weekend schedule that allows some of our staff off for the weekends, which has been greatly appreciated by our staff. Thankfully, this winter has been exceptional and we haven't had too many weekends to work, but when we did have that extra help. It has been a really good savior with COVID and some of our staff members being off. We haven't missed a beat on our plowing and sanding operations because any staff member that has been off, we've been able to fill this position with the seasonal. So sorry to give you a bit of a long story on that, but long story short is that this extra staff has really helped us. So I'm proposing that to the additional staff that we already had planned for the summer is that we would hire another one for the summer and that we would continue our winter one next season. So we already have in the budget the winter staff. We already have in the budget the original seasonal. What I'm proposing is a new seasonal for the summer. That would be 2 seasonals. As far as the maintenance department goes, you may recall this as well, that we used to hire students. We ran into a couple of years where we were really struggling with getting students involved and getting them in place, where we were finding it was a little bit more work than the person being brought in. We switched over and started hiring, I guess not students, adults, if you will. And it proved to be more efficient for us. So the past 2 years, we've had that position in place as well. And their wage has been spread out through the cost center. So the only additional cost for this year would be that extra summer seasonal for Public Works.
The bottom line is maintaining or increasing public service and getting work done in a more efficient manner. So as far as I'm concerned, if those 2 things are covered, then then yeah, we need to move ahead. You know, we're seeing increasing demands and more use of roads and parks and trails and you know, landfills and things that need taken care of. So any thoughts from council on the personnel section? Okay, construction, you've got 3 projects this year.
Yeah, so the North Shore Road, we're basically at the review and design plan. We're kind of on a hold right now as there was a design brought back. So until someone can replace the operations manager, Angie, you can speak to that if you would like, but right now that's just on hold until somebody can fill that place. And then between Angie and myself, we can bring them up to speed rather quickly and hopefully get that project moving forward. As far as the other projects, we have McPhail Road and Nordic Road. Nordic Road was kind of moved up in the ranks just due to the failure of the road system. The road surface itself really deteriorated in the last year. Could be due to traffic, construction, equipment running up and down it. But it definitely went a little premature on us, so it's got bumped up in the list. So it will be replaced this year, a full reconstruction of ditching, culverts, and a double surface treatment, which has been our consistent go-to for road surface treatments. McPhail Road has really fallen apart. There's about an 800-meter section, if you travel down it, that has really fallen apart in the past 2 years. And because we're working on that operations center, my recommendation for this is to only tear up the 800-meter section. So the project would consist of pulverizing the road surface and applying gravel. So we would turn it back to gravel, this section of road, until the operations center is completed. Once it's completed and the construction is complete, then we would reassess and turn it back to a surface treated road. But until then, there's no point in, I don't feel that there's any point in trying to dig it all out and resurface the road when we're just going to be pounding equipment over top of it, getting this operation center up and running. In addition to that, our annual surface treatment plan, we're back up to, again, 11 kilometers of road surface treatment, and that's everything from single surface treatment to slurry seals. No, that 11 kilometers does not include the reconstruction of Nordic. That's extra.
Questions on the construction portion? Deputy Mayor Liz.
I can't say how happy I am to see McPhail included. I hear what you're saying about the development at the landfill, and there's no point in doing a long-term or permanent for the full road, but just to get that one section upgraded is, I'm really happy to see that, because it's degrading quickly.
Yes, indeed. I think that's the old corduroy section, is it not? The lumpy, little lumpy bit there in the swamp.
That's correct.
Okay. Any other questions on construction? Okay, bridges.
So bridges, we did put together a plan with the county in 2020, where we would do 3 years of the bridge structure inspections. So this is our second year of this, going with the county. So, and then we have another year in 2024. So this is just ongoing. Every second year, we have to do a bridge inspection of all of our structures. And this is just ongoing with that plan. Buckslide Dam Bridge, bridge assessment will need to be completed, which is was brought forth last year as well, and unfortunately was not completed. As well as the St. Peter Bridge is another one where they replaced the drainage tubes, and unfortunately it was not completed.
One of the things too that I wanted to ask about is in terms of the Buckslide Bridge. I don't know at the assessment stage if it matters, but Adam, you wouldn't, but Angie will recall not too long ago when work was done on Buckslide and it's attached to a TSW dam. So have you reached out to them, or has anybody reached out to them, or will we? I think we should, because I know they have a big plan, and last time it cost us a bunch of money when they wouldn't play along. Adam?
So when this came back out, I would say in 2020, I reached out to them about this because that was exactly what I remember. I wasn't here at the time when that bridge was rebuilt, but I do remember it. And Angie brought that up to me to reach out to them, and I did. I reached out and I left them all the information of what the report brought back to us, how it affected us. And if memory serves me right, I'm pretty sure I heard nothing back from them, or it was we'll look into it and get back to you. And unfortunately, I don't recall if they ever did. So again, this is something that could be revisited for sure. Reach back out to them again with that original assessment and say, this is what's happening. Would you like to provide feedback, or can you provide feedback? But it's something that we can look into for sure.
Yeah, because I think because at the time when they redid it was undermining. It cost us extra money. The relationships are different now, and I think we could probably make that extra reach back out to them and encourage some feedback, even if they say we have no concerns. At least then we've had that conversation so that we don't find ourselves in a jackpot as we did last time. Any questions on bridges highlights? Okay, waste highlights.
Okay, so in waste, we have the at Maple Lake, we have the Operations Center design and reconfigure the site. At Hawk Lake, we have the full closure plan and install signage. At McClintock Lagoon, we have the continued site expansion project and fence extension. And then under general operations, basically just site improvements throughout, install new technology, and continue efforts to divert waste through enhancements and current programs.
That sounds a bit vague, but I think we know what you mean. Questions on this particular highlight section for waste? We'll get into the tabs just now. Okay, then we'll go to tab 15, roads. I think you've probably already given us a robust explanation of what it is we're doing. The details are all there. I don't know if there's any questions from council on the tab 15 roads section for that work that's being done. Okay, tab 16. Do I have a tab 16? I don't have a tab 16. Oh, yes, I do. Airport committee, it's down the bottom. Well, we don't have an airport committee, so yet, and we will. That's something that council will need to have a conversation about too, with things changing in the pandemic / endemic situation, is getting committees going again and reconstituting the airport committee. So we'll defer that conversation back to council. I guess the question is, are we still, Jeannie, is there any airport committee money still being provided, or is it just there's nothing there for now?
We haven't had it in the last couple of years, but there is $2,800 in the reserve left over from previous discussions with it or whatever. So there is some money, but it's been one of these ones that hasn't been in the last couple of years. But I didn't lose the placeholder for it because I knew with the development that we may revisit it.
Well, and two, fingers crossed that things move quickly enough that we can get that committee conversation happening. 7 keen individuals come forward and they think they can have a fall fly-in. Like if that was that, then at least there's that bit of money there that they don't have to say, well, there's no money. They could pull some out to do something if they wanted to do something there. Any questions on that? Airport development, tab 17. We've had quite a talk about airport development and the contributions, the reserve contributions back toward the Dorset Rec Center. And we've talked about updating the plan from our big picture discussion, which has been added. And do we have an amount that we might toss at that, Jeannie, or will you come back to that?
Well, actually, that was what I was just going to touch base on. Angie and I discussed it, and we're thinking around the $25,000 mark. We're really not sure that the whole review may be more than that, but that's a starting point. Now, having said that, we do have some monies in place, about, $5,500 under between consulted and contracted services. It's council want me to put the full 25 in addition to the what's there? Or do we want to put the difference, say 20,000 in here? Just because these consulting services were there because we're not sure where we're going to head with it. We didn't want to lose the placeholder again, but we don't really know for sure, if there's going to be any movements related to it.
Yeah, what would council like to do? Councillor Dayu?
Is there any recollection from 100 years ago of how much the last study cost?
That's what Angie's going to tell us. I can tell by the look on her face. Angie, go ahead, please.
That study cost us $47,000. And the reason that Jeannie and I had talked about 25 is because we really don't know if the full plan is going to be finished this year. So it could roll into next year, which would affect next year's budget, is what our thought was.
It was, I hadn't got that far, Angie.
Well, I would think that it's an update. It's not a complete rewrite, and there are certain aspects of the plan that they are what they are. The history of the airport is nobody has to claw through, years and years of reports to see an executive summary of the history of how it came to be. So I would hope there'd be some savings found there that it's literally not reinventing the wheel or rewriting the book. But perhaps we'll see a hen condo come back. Deputy Mayor Liz. You're on mute.
I'm just laughing at the hen condo. It seemed to pay an awful lot of money to consultants to tell us the things that we already know in their introduction. And I don't know that that's necessary. But I also think that we should, I would like to see us go ahead with that this year, given that it's an update as opposed to a whole brand new study, and to make sure that we budget enough to do that this year. That was our commitment that we made, and I'd like to see us continue with that.
Yeah, and there might be some different parameters around that too. Because I did actually go back and bookmark our big picture discussion around the airport, and there were some different things discussed. Yes, definitely revenue sources, but we talked about, Jen had raised about what we want, looking at I don't know if the plan would cover this. We talked about community and stakeholder partnerships and bigger picture and uses of the terminal building. I think the phrase Councillor Dayu used was benefits and burdens, and certainly there was the seeing what's out there in the world of airports and communities and who's doing what's worked, what's failed. So I don't know that I think it's an assessment. If I recall from our airport discussion, it's not only what could we do there that's relevant to current needs, but what's the current landscape, what's the culture, I think was the phrase that was brought forward. And so it might be what we might save at the front end for saying in 1951 there was a guy that we might spend time and money, having a broader based result from that conversation. So I know that staff have notes from that conversation, and that will be reflected. So we could. So Liz, you're saying you want to see it done in a year. We can't guarantee that it can be done in a year, but are you saying you want to increase from 25, or what's connected to that for you?
Yeah, I guess it's the money that we're identifying for it. And obviously if we budget a little bit more, I'm not confident that we can get it done for 25.
Well, there's a big reserve there.
Well, it's a smaller reserve than it was, but yeah, you're right, there is.
It's still almost one of the biggest we have. So I don't think we need to worry about, it's not going on the levy. We can fund it. And I think if we put in 25 and it's more, we can still,
okay.
We're still okay. I'm going to go to Councillor Dayu and then back to the treasurer.
Yeah, thank you. It is good to know that we might be able to dip back into it if we come up with the terms of reference and it becomes apparent to everybody that, oh yeah, no, this is going to cost more. So if that's understood, then that's great. I think in addition to the more global assessment of, as you say, benefits and burdens, there was also the possibility of doing a market assessment, not the piece that we have conducted in the past, but the other side of the coin, who within our community might be interested in doing what in that space? Is there a market for using that space so that we don't go down a particular road that would involve, say, a business stakeholder and then learn later on that there is no business stakeholder out there? I'm sure that isn't the case, but that is an important little piece, which I think would also cost a bit more money. So if there's flexibility in dipping back into that reserve, I think that's great, because if we do a really bang up job on this study, then that will pay dividends in the implementation of whatever it is that we do. So I do believe it's worth investing that money.
So is everybody happy with 25 at the moment, knowing that sorry, Jeannie, I was going to go back to you and I skipped you. Go ahead, please.
Well, I just want an important thing is right now, this 25,000 is in the levy. We aren't taking it from the reserve. So that would be council's direction. Right now, we are including this 25,000 and would be adding to the levy this cost, because in speaking with Angie, we both decided or felt that this would be better suited as a levy versus a development, taking away from the development. But that's council's decision.
Yeah, okay. Liz and then Jen.
Yeah, I don't have any issue with that. Knowing that we've got reserves, and if we need to add to that amount, that we can do that out of reserves.
Jen, Councillor Dayu.
Yeah, I'm not sure I really understand the rationale. Maybe you can just explain that. For me, it does make sense to draw from the money that we've already saved for this specific purpose. So I think I'm missing a link as to why we would add to the levy for that. And perhaps you could, or I see Angie's hand, maybe she.
Yeah, Angie, go ahead.
The reason that we came up with that was because normally you would fund a capital project from reserves, not necessarily, a study or operations. So council can do whatever they wish. It's just that normally that's what we've done in the past.
So if we levy the 25,000 for a one-time project that is then complete, that 25 remains in the levy. We've talked about this funding rationale in other areas. We currently have, when we levied money for the airport in the past, that's what resulted in the $197,000 annual contribution to reserves, because it was left over after that project and debt was paid off. So that would put some $220,000 annually going into the airport development reserve, knowing full well, as we have done last year, we reallocated it for a certain need. And as we know, ultimately we can, if worst came to worst, we can do whatever we want with the reserves. We can, move them where we need. It just seems that that's a tremendous contribution. And I'm happy with either way council wants to go, or staff might want to firmly recommend, but I was also struggling with levying that amount of money, that 25, but I think I can go either way. I'm going to go to Lisa Berry because she hasn't said much, and then I'm going to go Angie and then Jen.
Everyone keeps saying 25,000, but is it not saying 2,500? Am I missing?
It doesn't say anything because it's not in there.
Okay. But what's in there is at 2,500, correct?
Right, and as Angie opened, that unfortunately our commitment to redo the plan was missed in creating the budget. So the 2,500 was in there for what other work might be happening, and we now have to add in the money for the updated plan, and we're trying to figure out how to acquire that money. I'm going to go to Angie and then back to Jen.
I see this very similar to any other plans that we have done or are doing. I mean, the fire master plan we are updating this year, and it's being levied. It's something very similar to that.
Oh. Councillor Dayu?
I do get that very, very much. My inclination would be to take it from the reserve myself. I'll go with whatever the will of council is, but I'd prefer to see it come from the reserve.
So we've also earlier in today's conversation talked about, somebody mentioned concern, it might have been Councillor Shortreed, concern for looking for more for docks and landings, because we know we have a lot of work there over the coming years. We have a lot of work, we've pent up capital demands across the board. So to argue both sides of it, then levying that amount for a one-time project that then leaves that next year, the next budget discussion, it'll be, what do you want to do with the 25,000? And that can go to something like the docks and landings, either projects or reserves. So it does, that is the advantage of levying a one-time cost, is that then when that project is finished, it's that money still in the levy and council can reallocate it to whatever needs are happening at the time. So it's extra, not extra, it's just more money to work with going forward. So I would offer that as well. Councillor Shortreed.
I'll go with the levy. I think that's the safest bet. It's not a huge amount at the end of the day.
Liz?
Me too.
Yeah,
I'd rather go with the levy as being recommended by staff.
I think I talked myself into it just now.
There you go.
Lisa, what did you say you wanted to do there?
I guess I'm happy to go with the levy. Like, if there's a part of me that thinks, well, I'd rather maybe go with what's in the reserve for this and levy for docks and landings, but I'm willing to go either way.
In the end, it's, yeah, it doesn't matter.
In the end, we can borrow money from anywhere in the reserve for anything. So ideally, I don't want to take all the money from reserve, and ideally, I don't want to levy all the money. So I'm really sort of.
Well, that's the delicate balance, right? Is figuring out what's the most strategic way to for the levy versus the reserves and you know, replenishment and continuation. Okay, so I am hearing levy on that 25, but we could, if it turns out to be more or different, we can revisit and we can go to the reserve for that if we had to. Okay, anything else on airport development at the moment? Okay, airport proper, airport itself. Are there any questions for the airport operations itself? Councillor Barry.
Sorry, just to confirm from the last page, with the other fees being the lease for the M&R, is there any intention of that increasing in a certain time period?
I said to the CAO, is that all we get? It's a 20-year contract.
Okay. There's no cost of living increase, right?
Yeah, no, I wish.
Okay.
Anyway, yes, we are, it is what it is. As much as we'd like it to be more and moving, you know, increasing with time, it's locked in. Airport airport proper itself. Questions from council? Oh, Adam's going to tell us something.
Yeah, I didn't want it to get skipped over, but I would like to bring your attention down to the grading and draining and asphalt replacement around the hangars. When your discussion on the airport development and the money's there, I wanted to remind staff or remind council just about this project that it was brought forward last year, and unfortunately it was considerably over budget. So what I've done is I've based that number on what the tender came back at. So if council would like to move forward with this project, that is the cost of it for this year. And just a reminder to council that this was to remove asphalt from around the old hangars and from some of the new hangars, as well as increase the flow of stormwater and then replace the asphalt, which would help flow water away from the hangars and make it easier on equipment when it came to winter plowing operations. I just thought you might want to have a bit of a discussion, but if you would like to just go forward, rubber stamp, that's fine with me too.
Rubber stamp? We don't rubber stamp anything. What do you mean by that? No, I mean, I see it in there, and it's been a challenge. The work needs to be done. There's some, potential infrastructure damage occurring there. And, if we don't bite the bullet and address some of these things, then all they do is just pile up. And, no pun intended, piling up of snow and ice in front of the hangars. But we need to get it done. So to that point, looking to council for thoughts on that. Like everybody has read the pages and understands that the 340 is for that purpose, right? Liz?
Yes, we need to get this done. I've been concerned for a couple of years now about the drainage around the hangars, and yeah, it's a necessary project. Like, it's just like repairs to roads to me.
Okay, in the absence of any other hands, I'm going to say that's that. Tab number 19 is streetlights, fairly simple. I remember the good old days when it was 4 times the price of that, but moving to LED has made significant changes there. Maintenance coordinator, tab number 20 is again fairly straightforward. Any questions there? Comments, concerns? Environmental services, we're moving into tab 21, which is Dorset landfill. Questions, clarifications required there? Anybody? All looking good. Tab number 22 is the Environment Committee, and again, the money is there, and fingers crossed that we'll get a giddy up on being able to put our committees back in place there. All right. 23 is, did you have something, Liz? Your lips are moving, but you're on mute.
Jeannie's got her hand up.
Oh, Jeannie. Sorry.
I just wanted council to be aware that like, if you look at the last year, the number's not there. We don't have a contribution to reserves expense line under environmental committee, but that 2,500 has been transferred back to the reserve because it wasn't spent last year. So it is still in place, just under G dispose.
Thank you for that. And so, yeah, so now we are at G dispose, tab number 23. Talked a bit about some of this. Questions, clarifications, Councillor Barry.
I was unmuted and then I muted myself. And then further to what Jean said, from the Environment Initiative Reserve, that is going to come back into this budget, into the Waste Review Service Delivery Study. Is that correct? So that's great.
Any other questions under tab 23? Tab 24, Hawk Lake Landfill. Again, we've talked a little bit about that at the front end. Questions, clarifications? 25 is Lagoon. And I know that there's work continuing there. It does seem very slow though. Adam, can you fill us in on where we are with that?
Yes, of course. So right now the project is still in the hands of the ministry. We're still waiting for feedback on approval to move forward with that. It basically, where we left it off last year is still where we're at with it. The idea here is that if we get the approval to move forward with the purchase of the land, that we can expand, is that we would now then move into purchasing the land, getting it surveyed and purchased. And then just an update would be that the land isn't for us to develop right this second, but it's for us to develop down the road. And this is just that slow process of acquiring the land and getting everything ready to go when it's needed, as opposed to being behind the 8 ball on this project.
Thank you for that. Questions or thoughts on Adam's contribution there? Okay, then we are at 26, Maple Lake Landfill. Anything from anybody there? Wow, you're getting away here, Adam.
If I can, as much as I enjoy just going through this stuff here, I just want to make sure council is aware of the Operations Center project. I know there is a report coming to council tomorrow with a bit of an update on it, which we can discuss all that then too. But just that we, right now we're sitting with staff worked on the tender, and then moving forward with that project. So far, everything is nothing's been too surprising moving forward with that. Couple little things, but nothing we can't handle. Just wanted to say that we were still working away on it. Everything's looking good on it so far.
All right, thank you for that. Yeah, we do have a report coming tomorrow on that, and that's that the Fraser Pit assessment. Deputy Mayor Danielson.
I'm sorry to go back to general waste, and I missed a question on under consulting services. I see we've got service delivery review, and I'm just trying to tie that sort of like what the tie-in is to that, what expense we would have at this point in time other than our staff time.
So through your mayor, there is a waste study audit through modernization funding. This was an RFP that ISART put forward last year. Oh, Angie, would you?
Go ahead, Angie.
No, you're dead on, Adam. I just wanted to add the cost is $7,500 per municipality.
I get a little squidgy when it comes to waste management in the county. I mean, it's a big changeover if that's ever to happen, but okay, thanks for that.
Okay, so we're at Maple Lake Landfill, and yeah, so Adam, you're saying the operations center, you're still picking away at it. Like, it's a huge project. It's a huge long-term project, and yeah, it costs a lot of money, and I think what is planned for the other end will be so much more efficient for serving the public's landfill needs. So, it just takes time.
And if I may as well, Carol, was also that just a reminder from back when in 2020, when the original report came through, I was reading it last night and this morning just to familiarize myself with it, is staff may recall that we're only capturing or we're losing out on a third of the C&D material that comes in. So when we talked about, when council was talking earlier today about expenditures and seeing that we are dipping into our reserves quite a bit, we do have that option in the back of our pocket here as well to start repaying our general waste reserve with a payment option, essentially, with that scale system, now that we're going to be able to capture all of the costs associated with bringing in chargeable materials. What comes in, we pay, we charge accordingly to what goes out. So just some more reminder to council that was in play at the beginning, and we're still looking at that moving forward.
Yeah, and I think that's the important part, is that decisions aren't made and just sort of left to be implemented, that there's that constant, recalibration or review that can find efficiencies or changes or advantages as we move forward. I think that's terrific to keep those things in mind. Okay, then 27 is Oxtongue Lake Landfill. Any questions or thoughts there? Nope, that's good. 28 is Pine Springs. Anybody? And that work there is done. I did ask about, didn't we have something going on there, or some assessment? It was the expansion, and that work's done, Adam?
That's correct. Yeah, it's been completed. I believe a report was brought to council late last year in 2021. Sorry, in 2020. Yeah, we've moved forward with it. It's been looked at, and we've actually even moved in there to remove some material from it to help with the expansion as well.
Terrific. Any questions on Pine Springs Landfill? Deputy Mayor Liz? You're on mute.
Under consulting services, where we've gone from 14,000 to 25,000, and I see that it's requiring because of additional sampling requirements, but that says 7.5% increase. I think that's a little bit more than 7.5% increase. I'm just kind of wondering about the differentiation there.
I'm sorry, I won't be able to, I don't know if Jeannie might be able to jump in on that to help explain that better.
It is it is more than what you're like, if that increase is bigger than 7.5, but I think the sampling requirements is maybe increased, but this is inclusive of other items. You might have to refer to your draft, Adam, to see if there's other, but I don't think it's just that. I think it's the references just on the sampling side, plus other requirements. We can confirm with Melissa. I don't have the draft there.
Yeah, if we could, because if we've increased, if we've expanded, the ministry may have required the installation of other wells.
Hmm.
But you know, in the meantime, it's like a $10,000 difference.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's more than 7.5%, Liz, you are correct. But we'll check on what it just might be that it's only a portion is the 7.5 in reference to one thing. But there's other stuff in that. We'll double check with Melissa.
Okay.
Okay, put that on the list. And then lastly, so go ahead. So someone else.
Adam had his hand up.
Oh, Adam, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, just in my, I was working off of Jeannie's sheet here. I just opened up my my spreadsheet with the notes in it. And I do see here that we have a $5,000 increase on new drive points. A drive point essentially is very similar to a well that we drill, that get drilled in our landfill sites. So there is the new sampling, which is $2,200 for those drive points as well as there's ministry correspondence. An increase on that, which is another $2,500 for increased ministry correspondence. So there's your essentially your $10,000 increase.
What does that mean? An increase in ministry correspondence? We're going to get a Christmas card? Oh, so like, what does that mean?
So essentially, what will happen is because we've made this expansion, the ministry correspondence they'll be involved a little bit more as we. They're aware that we're taking out material for further material usage, and the site is now larger. They know we're doing more work inside it, so they'll be there a little bit more often.
Right. Okay, fair enough. Anything else for Pine Springs? Then lastly is drinking water in this section. We talked about the training. Chris talked about the training in his section.
Essentially,
okay.
Yeah.
I think that's it. Is that it for you?
Yeah, I believe so.
Wow. Okay. Does anybody have any circle back questions for Adam on anything in the Public Works Department that we've talked about at this first pass? That's terrific. Okay, well, thank you for that. It is now 3:24. We seem to be doing fairly well. We don't appear to be officially in what I call sort of goofy territory, but we did commit to ending today on Public Works. And is council satisfied to do that and pick up tomorrow with building bylaw planning, and then there's a couple of other little things in there as well. Would that satisfy council? Okay, Liz will not be with us tomorrow, so we have council in the morning, and then we'll pick up this in the afternoon. So because we haven't finished, then we don't need a resolution. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes, no, we have no resolution.
Okay, well, thank you for everybody's questions and attention to the budget. I think it was a pretty good conversation, and I think we covered an awful lot of ground. And it's just different. Projects and priorities has really trimmed down the whole budget process. It used to feel like it took a month to do, but now it feels like it's much more streamlined. So that's good. There not being any resolution for the budget discussions, I would ask for a mover and seconder for the confirmatory bylaw. Councillor Bayou, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Counselor Daudt, second by Counselor Sharpe, be it resolved that bylaw 2022-14 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held during its February 16, 2022 special meeting be received and read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal of fifth.
All in favor? It's carried. Thank you. And a mover and a seconder for adjournment today. Deputy Mayor Danielson and Councillor Barry.
Deputy Mayor Danielson, second by Counselor Barry, be it resolved that the special meeting be adjourned at 3:25 p.m.
All in favor? That's carried. Thanks again for a long day, a long brain heavy day. And Liz, happy travels, safe travels, enjoy the sunshine, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you very much. I'll do my best. I'll send pictures.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thanks, everybody. We'll see you for council tomorrow morning.